Hello, people. Welcome back to my channel. It's been a while. I know I've not done a stream in a hot minute, and I wasn't going to do this one. But after some things came out earlier today with some, I don't know. I don't even know what to think about people anymore. And by the way, I do not know what happened with my live stream. I went through all this stuff with setting up my video, doing a thumbnail, and then it just was like, I don't know. It didn't register it, which was kind of crazy. I don't know what in the heck. So sorry about that if you were at the other one or whatever, but I don't really know what happened. So anyway, I decided to do this stream because there have been a lot of people that have talked about the subject. I've actually dug deep down into it about a week ago and found some interesting things that I don't think I've seen anywhere. That's not to say that people haven't found it, dug it up, or have covered it, but I've not seen it. And then when I saw somebody else kind of dragging other content creators and saying, you're stealing my work and all that, let me tell you something. A lot of people do their own research. A lot of people find out their own information. And they work really hard. I don't have a team. It's just me, yada, yada, yada. If anybody ever wants to take any of my clips from this stream and use it, that is completely up to them. I don't, I would not belittle them and say they don't deserve it or haven't earned it or any of that junk. It's a lot of information. I've got pages and pages of notes on this stuff. It's a lot of information to go over, and so I hope that if you're not here for it, I get it. If you are, you better pull up a chair. For what I'm going to do is, if you're coming in and watching this later, I'm gonna go over this article that came out um, about the situation, and I'm going to interject when I have done this research and I've known that she's changed her stories or things have been different. I'm going to tell you about those in the moment, and then after that, I'm going to go and I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you where the things that have been said that differ from things where she's said in other places. The hardest thing about this story is that she's very vague on timelines. Um, whenever she does interviews, she's like, "Oh, I don't really want to get into it all that much," or "It was some time ago," or I don't know. It's nuts. Okay, so and I know I didn't schedule this out, so I'm probably talking to myself right now. But that's all right. I'm good. Maybe other people will catch this later if they can. If not, I get it. So all right, here we go. Oh, good Lord, help us. I'm telling you, this is a crazy freaking story. So, if you don't know, Eliza Bleu has been on Twitter for the last couple years. She says she's a survivor, um, and she's an advocate for trafficking survivors. And gosh dang it, YouTube, you're going to have to give me a break on this daggum video. There ain't no way I'm not going to get through this thing without talking about trafficking and all this other stuff. I don't understand one of those banned words anyway. It's crazy to me. But she is got revealed. I'll just get into it. Okay, I'm just going to start read this article and then I'll just start. See all these tabs up here? Oh, maybe y'all can't see them. I've got a crap ton of tabs. All right, a crap ton of all this information. So this is Elijah Blue's own friends aren't buying your trafficking story. Oh, Lord help us. In the pages of notes I have on the story. It says, with striking lilac hair and a pugnacious attitude, the anti-sex trafficking activist known as Elijah Bleu has broken into some of the top tiers of right-wing media in just a few years. Now, this is my initial issue with this article because I wish people would stop making everything about damn politics. I mean, if somebody's wrong, they're just wrong. We stop making everything about politics. Anyway, it says, in just a few years, growing her audience through interviews with popular figures like Ben Shapiro, Tim Pool, and Dr. Drew Pinsky. But in her late 2022, Blue found an even more powerful ally, new Twitter owner Elon Musk. Now, if you don't know, she showed up in Twitter Spaces. Um, having these conversations with Elon was in them. Trust and safety team at Twitter were in them. This is what it is. Blue, who refers to herself as a survivor of human trafficking, has lent the billionaire an unusual form. Blow this up. I'm getting old. I'm getting blind. Usual form of credibility by insisting that pre-Musk Twitter was overrun with CP. Only Musk Blue says has been willing to stamp out the abusive material on Twitter at scale. In another tweet, she declared the war against Elon is actually a war over your mind. Musk responded with a bullseye emoji. If any of you followed the Amber Heard stuff, I would just be honest with you. I'm gonna tell you, it reeks of that kind of stank. You know what I'm saying? So and I can get into that later too. I mean, I'm telling you, she brought up people's names that it's weird that she later, found herself in the sphere of. It says that Blue praises Blue's praise for Musk comes even as the billionaire has slashed much of Twitter's staff, including huge numbers from workers responsible for content moderation. For his part, Musk has boosted Blue's profile on the site with replies and retweets, helping her earn more than 100,000 new followers in December alone. Man, I wish I'd have to read this whole thing. You have a direct line to me on the issue. Yeah, he said that in a Twitter space. We got a direct line. When I stepped away from the gang, my trafficker lost money, and they want all that money back. This is their first problem, okay? You don't sit there and say that like, because she'll use that about, well, I don't name names because they want money, but she has no issue going out on all these podcasts and stuff, and it just doesn't make any sense to me, and I don't think it does most people. But now Blue and Musk find themselves embroiled in a Twitter censorship controversy after multiple critics of Blue have shared embarrassing images from her past, saw their accounts temporarily suspended from the site. Some users suggested that Blue's direct line to Twitter brass and Musk himself may have led to the crackdown. Even as Twitter's owner insists he's in favor of free speech and wide-ranging debate. There's a huge issue there. I'm gonna get into that. I'm gonna show you so much stuff that I have dug up over this story. It is nuts. Things I have not seen. And again, I'm going to interject when I see things wrong with this one. They did a good job. Let me tell you something. She changed the story 1,000 times. And when I say I've got pages and pages and pages of notes and tabs and tabs and tabs of information. Amid the controversy over the suspended accounts, questions about Blue's background have emerged. Her critics have seized on her contradictory videos and interviews and her frequent use of different names online to suggest Blue isn't who she claims to be. Yeah, this lady's changed her name as much as some people change their socks. Her born name is Morthland. She's been Eliza Morthland, Eliza Knows, Eliza Seep was a married name. It was just in my daggum. I had my thumbnail all pretty, and it's all done. Eliza Seat, Eliza Nose, Eliza Blue. Which one am I leaving out? And I had a whole Blue Nose Seat. What's the other one? Morthland. Damn it, I'm leaving out one. I'm telling you, I've spent so much freaking time on this story. It'll drive you a little nuts. Anyway, so it says, amid the controversy, blah, blah, blah. It says, note, two former friends of Blue tell the Daily Beast that at best, Blue exaggerating her experiences for attention. I would tend to agree. Again, I'm going to show you. It's making a lot of her old friends around here really angry, said Carly Wenzel, a one-time pal of Blue who has known her for 2 decades, who added she believes Blue is completely lying. I'm going to tell you, I dug so hard into this freaking story. I found someone on Facebook that had actually done her sister's hair that lives in the same Quad Cities that they're from, but I didn't reach out to her because I really tried to get all my information without bugging a lot of people. Because, again, I wasn't going to do this story until some ass sniffer content creators started, I don't know, acting like they owned all this material and started dragging people on their channel. That's what pissed me off and brought me out here, to be quite frank about it. It says Blue grew up in a rural area along Illinois' borders with Iowa. There you go, Quad Cities. She portrayed her homeschool upbringing as an innocent one, albeit one that made her all more naive about how the world really works. And then she comes out in other places and talks about her parents were free range parents and let her do basically whatever she kind of wanted to do because she was, a wild spirit. And then they say in here she's sheltered. Mm. Despite her claims to the contrary, public records prove that Blue's original name was Eliza Morthland. Born in 1981, her father is Richard Morthland, a farmer and former Illinois state representative who ran unsuccessfully on the GOP ticket for Lieutenant Governor in 2018. Morthland did not respond to requests for comment. She's denied that her father was. Somebody had asked her this question on Twitter. She was like, "That's not my dad," and then sent her a picture of them two standing side by side. And asked if that was her. She's like, "No, that's not my dad." And she's literally standing next to her dad. That's not him. You got me mixed up. In 2021, Blue appeared to deny on Twitter that she was Eliza Morthland, but Facebook photos show her standing with members of the Morthland family. Okay, so here, hopefully this doesn't bring up 70 million. I'm telling you, I got so many tabs, it could take 40 years to pull it up. So this is where the woman's father, MAGA candidate, blah, blah, blah. I don't care about none of that stuff. It says none of my family's running for governor. No one in my family or extended family has run for governor. My pronouns, see, this is another one. This will come up too. It says my pronouns are they, them. So you violated Twitter's terms of service with this tweet, and my tweet was factual orders. This is June of 2021. So again, keep this stuff in mind. So in June of 2021, she's calling somebody out for labeling with the wrong pronouns, and then threatening them with that they've just broke Twitter's rules. When in other spaces, she talks about how she's a sole advocate for free speech. This is this person coming back as if you were no. Either way, I do agree with your constant stoking of Putin. No, that's not me. I think you might have me confused with someone else. And that it says that's been removed. So I'm going to show you. Man, is that going to do that for everyone? I'm going to have to, whatever. So it says, it's all good. So this, they're standing with her family. There she is. That's her sister, her father, and her mother. Okay? That's them. But she tries to say that's not her. That's her. Okay? It's her a while back. 2012 was this picture. So we're talking, a long time ago. Well, at least 11 years ago. So that happened. All right. I'm telling you, this is going to get deep. This is nothing. A 2010 newspaper article about Richard Morthland shows a woman who looks just like Blue standing next to the politician identified as his daughter, Eliza Morthland. Richard Morthland also gave a comment for a 2009 article about a band Blue worked for under her married name, Eliza C. And Blue's cosmetology license lists Richard Morthland's farm as her address. There's no question that Blue has advocated for trafficking victims, especially on Twitter, but she has offered murky accounts of her own background that leave even her supporters unsure about all the vaguest details. That's the biggest issue with this story. She is so vague about her timelines. I am telling you, when I almost went cross-eyed, because I had to do things like, I'm not kidding, like rewind back into to when she said there's a story, and this is her My Chemical Romance days, when she says, well, they started touring with this really big band. I had to dig this back. She was talking about Green Day. They became the opening act for Green Day in 2005. That's the kind of like research and digging on this stuff that, hey, anybody could do out there. By the way, nobody owns this information. You can look all this up. I might get into that later. I don't know. I've almost decided to keep my mouth shut, but somebody's really ticked me off. And it says that so that all happened, right? It said, and again, this is what aggravates me too. Listen, this woman, her father has got his degree in communication, so there's a reason why she might be good at communicating, right? She does pretty decent interviews. I've listened to the one she did with Rose McGowan. She asked good questions, gave her time to respond. The problem is that you don't have to be a survivor to be an advocate. You didn't have to make up a story to advocate for people. The problem she's running into is that instead of just coming clean, she's dug her heels down in deeper. And it's almost like, when you lie, you have to make up more lies to cover your first lie. She's so deep down in the mud. I don't know. We'll see what happens, right? Um, I don't know. It says she can also grow hostile with reporters that asked her basic facts, like the year she was trafficked or the names of her perpetrators. They're talking about one clip of an interview that she started to give. Somebody just asked her questions. She lost her shit. I ain't gonna lie. And I've got that pulled too, but it's just a small snip. For example, journalist here it is. Yep, Katie Herzog reached Bleu on the phone in December, only to have Bleu become defensive when Herzog raised even the prospect of asking Bleu about her own story. And we'll just do it. She got mad. Okay.
Is going to take a while.
I don't even need that.
Answer questions about my story is going to take a while.
So I know the basics of your story because I've listened to your podcast.
Right. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what the question is.
Well, I can ask you the questions.
I didn't agree to this. All I agreed to was answering a few questions about Twitter.
Well, okay, sure. That's totally fine. But can I ask you the questions or email you the questions and you can decide if you want to answer or not?
Yeah, she asks.
I mean, did you ask Amanda in advance to do that?
No, I told her that I wanted to ask you about the Twitter stuff and about your own story.
Okay, so you deceived Amanda, didn't tell her everything you wanted to ask
me,
and then you got a survivor on the phone and started asking her about her personal trauma.
No, that's not what happened. I said...
Okay, I think we're probably going to be done here. Please, just next time you want to speak to a survivor about their trauma and bring up their own past.
I literally asked her. I'm going to read you. I'm going to read you. I'll read you the message that I sent her.
Please be honest in advance
I won't.
Because there are times when I feel cool about talking about it, and there's other times when I don't.
I'll read you the message that I sent it to her. You're not listening to me.
I was totally.
Okay, so basically, she's like, you're not listening to me. She finally gets out the message she sent. She did ask Taylor. She wanted to talk about her story. And Eliza was like, well, I'm gonna go. Sorry about it. I'm getting her ass. And again, that's the problem. I'm telling you, the amount of the hard part about this research is getting the times. It's like she knew that. It's almost like she knew that later on people could dig into like trying to verify her story, and they would use those times she gave. She was very vague about them, but that again, my opinion. It says get her defensive, whatever. Bleu started up some controversy of her own with die-hard supporters of the band and online mini scandals that featured Bleu calling a star the N-word. That's a whole nother thing. She called Jeffree Star. She was hanging out with him back in her band days. This is her My Chemical Romance stuff. That's the one I just showed you where she talked about how they was the opening act. That's another thing. Interviewed on Tim Pool's podcast, Bleu said she could not offer details about her alleged abusers because of unspecified legal issues. Like, now, I don't know if they got that misconstrued because she went on there to talk about Andrew Tate. I think Tim did ask her about her personal story, but she's always like this about like talking about him. I can't name him for my safety and all this other jazz. It is crazy. Then she asked why it would be a problem that's the big thing. It says, then why, she asked, would it be a problem if she was making up her story? That perked some ears of people that had not really been paying attention, just believed her own face value. Why would you say something like that? Why would it be a problem if I was making up my story? I don't know, because everybody's believing that you're an honest person and you're there to help them. So if you're going to lie about something that basic, there might be alarm bells going off in their head that something else might be going on. Just a thought. Okay, so anyway, this is, let's say hypothetically, it is made up, Bleu said. What's my biggest win so far in public? Getting Twitter to address child sexual abuse material and make it a top priority? It's lying. It's lying and then expecting people to believe you about other stuff. Okay, I'm not asking an abuser for money, and I'm not asking people for money, she added. Well, there's a problem with that, too. She ran a couple GoFundMes, set it so she could take a vacation. She went on Hotef, a podcast there, and guilted him into sharing half of his super chats with her. And he said, well, I'll donate it to a survivor advocacy group. She said, no, you'll donate it to me. Like, again, it's all out there. The Daily Beast pieced together a rough outline of Blue's account of her trafficking experience based on interviews she'd given to sympathetic media outlets. Blue has said that her trafficking spanned two different periods, separated by roughly a decade. And her telling, here we go. Now, this is where it's going to get into where I'm just going to tell you what I found, and I'll prove it to you if I need to. With all this information, I don't care. You could fact check me. I've listened to so many of these damn interviews and read so much stuff. It's a lot. So Blue said that her traffic spanned two different periods separated by roughly a decade. In her telling, Blue was first groomed by a prominent photographer she met at a Warped Tour concert in Chicago when she was 15. Okay, we'll stop there. At some one point, it was 15, not 16, 15. Okay. A few years later, when she was still a teenager in the late 1990s. Blue's father drove her to Los Angeles because Blue was convinced that an unnamed high-profile musician she met through that photographer would make her a star. Okay, we'll stop there. This story has been, I'm going to make sure I get this right. She went to a concert when she was 15. She met a photographer there. She came back home. He kept in touch with her by phone and through the mail, and I mean home phone, because back then we didn't have cell phones. Home phone and through the mail for 2 years. That's where she said she was groomed. He kept in contact with her for 2 years until some stories she's graduated early because she was homeschooled. Other stories she never even got her GED. I'm not kidding. Trust me. And then one story, her mother actually went out with her to California the first time, and then they came back, and then she went out later. Now that's getting into the part where she has said that after she graduated 17 years old, her father drove her from Illinois to California, dropped her off with an almost 30-year-old man. She said he was in his late 20s, and to live. Now, understanding both of her parents are like college professors. Mother's a dean, assistant, I think assistant dean, executive dean. I don't know. I'll show you that too. I've got that board. But um, you think somebody's dad is going to take their 17-year-old daughter and drive them halfway? I mean, literally on the other side of the country and drop them off with almost a 30-year-old man and be like, peace out, daughter. Good luck. See you later. Let us know how it goes. I'm sure there's nothing weird going on here. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense where I'm from. So, here we go. It says, instead, oh, by the way, did I say this was one, in some parts this was a photographer, other parts it was a musician? Okay. Instead, she was sexually assaulted within 48 hours arriving in the city. According to a 2020 podcast interview, her traffickers quickly hooked her on a drug she knew as ice, generally recognized as slang for crystal meth, though Blue has said she didn't know what drug it was. Blue claims she was then sold for $500 to a sex trafficking ring in the Hollywood Hills. Okay, pause there. She has said this in some interviews. Interviews she's other left it out. Yes, she said she was sold within 48 hours of getting there to an older man. For sure she said that. And one of them, when she didn't mutton, said where she found herself living with members of a ring that trafficked transgender women. I don't really understand that, because she's saying that everybody else was a trans woman, but she was the only biological woman there. Okay. She said, I was sold for $500 to a very old gentleman in the hills, Blue said in the 2020 interview. Blue claims she struggled to get enough water and food because I was on drugs and other substances, but Blue was such a handful for her traffickers and her telling that they ultimately gave her back to her original trafficker for free. Again, I'm going to give my opinion. I'm going to try and make sure it's clear when I give that. This is just kind of common sense stuff. If somebody's going to give $500 and basically treat you as if you're like a sex slave for them and you're not listening, I don't think the usual way of handling those situations is to be like give it like a dog and give it back to the pound, or go give it back to the breeder. I think it's to beat the living crap out of you until you get your ass into shape. And either that or the other story she's told that she was literally uh, given so many drugs. Like, do you not think those might be used to force her into line? It just that's the part of the story too that doesn't make any sense to me, because I'm not thinking, if you're trying to believe her story, that these people give a damn about her feelings. It's not like the old guy up on the hills that's he's like, oh hell, we got to give her back. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Just say my family didn't even recognize me when I got off the plane. Because some people are confused about that part of the story. Oh, wait a minute. Let me get back up here. Blue claims she struggled enough to get water and food. Blue says a handful of her traffickers and telling ultimately gave her back to the trafficker. Blue claims she was hospitalized for OD before returning to her family farm in Illinois. Okay. That story goes two ways, too. First, one story she says she OD'd, and so they had to call the ambulance, and that's how she got away from them. And another story she says that the one that took her back, that was given to her for free, left her in a hallway. So there's two different stories there. One, she OD'd and she had to be took. The other one, she was left in a hallway. Okay? It says, my family didn't even recognize me when I got off the plane. It says after 2 weeks on the farm, she returned to LA to retrieve her car. Blue claims, but when she was once again swept up into human trafficking for an unidentified period. I don't really know where they got. I'll tell you what, I researched or whatever. It says my family didn't recognize when I got off the plane. After 2 weeks on the farm, she returned to LA to retrieve her car. This is not the part of the interviews I heard. She's literally said in one interview that they did not recognize her when she got off the plane. And then she's supposedly 2 weeks after all this has happened to her, she's been trafficked. She's been been put on drugs. But by the way, she said she never got hooked to them. I mean, superpowers. But then she decided, and her parents agreed to allow her to go back to LA and move back there after all this has happened to her. And the one interview, she's told that all this happened within like weeks. So that apparently this girl's still 17 years old. All this has happened to her. She goes back, and that her parents let her come back. It makes no sense. It's odd what happens in the trauma brain. Blue said on the 2020 podcast episode to explain why she returned to her trafficking compared to Stockholm syndrome. I don't know. Okay. Blue's second trafficking period in her account began roughly in 2008 or 2009. This is right after the My Chemical Romance stuff. Okay, right during that time. Some places just said this lasted for 9 years. It's a lot. When she was living in Chicago area, the same 2020 podcast interview, Blue claimed she was trafficked by a high-profile athlete, whom she also declined to name. Again, makes no sense. When you're an advocate, you want to tell people, most of the time, I would think in her position, that you would want to out the person. Consider she used the Harvey Weinstein, Epstein stuff so much that that's how they were held accountable, because their victims actually called them outed who they were. This is the most comical part of it, in a way. That man said his associates, according to Blue, put her in a dangerous neighborhood. Said she said existed on what she called a gang line. Now, I am going to interject, I think, here to show you kind of what that gang line looks like. Just make sure. Yep, there it is. Okay, it says, according to her dangerous neighborhood, she says existed on a gang line, the violent border where two Chicago gang territories meet. Again, think about this. My mattress was on the floor because we had so many shootings that year in the area, Blue recalled in 2020. I just didn't want to get shot. Blue attempted to leave her traffickers in 2013, and her account ultimately succeeded for good in about 2014. Blue has repeatedly suggested that her former traffickers from Chicago might still be out to get revenge on her and her family members. Makes no sense. She's out there living right now. Okay. It says, when I stepped away from the gang, my traffickers lost money, Blue said in a 2020 interview, and they want that money back. Again, she's talked about several times on air where she lives. Okay. Asked in a 2021 interview why she had pressed charges against the unnamed athlete or other traffickers, Blue appeared on a podcast with more than 100,000 YouTube subscribers, said the men could still track her down and end her life. It makes no sense to me. Why wouldn't you, if you feel like that, then why wouldn't you press charges on them so they could be thrown in jail and you don't have to worry about that? But I don't know. There's so much to this. I'm terrified that they would end her life or her families or people that I care about. That's how organized they are. Organized makes you feel like it's a mafia, the mob. I don't know, but whatever. Last month, Blue tweeted that her family knows every deal. This is another one. Last month, Blue tweeted that her family knows every detail of her story and stands behind her. She has said in so many podcasts that she didn't have nowhere to turn to, that she didn't have anybody to tell, that she was ashamed to tell her parents. That's why they didn't know. Didn't have any really where to go. It's all over the place. She then blasted the corporate media for asking questions about her past, declaring, if anyone steps on my family's property or my property, let it extremely be clear that we are all armed. I thought she was... So she's threatening the media, but daggum those people that, put her in this situation for years. We ain't going to tell them we wear the gun cabinet. We got a gun cabinet. Okay? So, yeah. It's a lot, folks. Okay, so it says Wenzel, a one-time friend of Blue. This is where, good job, the Daily Beast, for getting all of these people. It says Wenzel, a one-time friend of Blue, says she's known the anti-trafficking activist for more than 2 decades, doesn't think that Blue's account is accurate. Wenzel told the Daily Beast that she met Blue in the Quad Cities, where both women were partying with musicians. Wenzel was 18. She said Blue was in her early 20s, and Daily Beast verified Wenzel's friendship with Blue through photographs, basically. And another thing about this is that person, there's their name. It's not anonymous sources said, right? In Wenzel's telling, she said Blue were both deeply involved with the scene subculture of the early aughts, the time of tight jeans, sweeping haircuts, and high drama on sites with MySpace and LiveJournal. Wenzel was trying to hook up with a member of one of her favorite bands. I'm going to assume that's My Chemical Romance. On a tour bus in Iowa City, when Blue stepped on board, the two young women realized they had mutual friends and a shared interest in music and the men who made it. She said she was going to be very famous for sleeping with band members, Wenzel recalled. Wenzel takes issue with Blue's timeline of her first trafficking experience. She claims that she too was at the Warped Tour concert where Blue met the photographer she claims groomed her. But while Blue said that she wasn't even 18 when she met the photographer, no, and the things I've read, because it goes, so many different ways. She says she's met him when she was 15. Then I guess they're saying this thing is saying she met him when she was 16. It says Wenzel insists that Blue would have been in her early 20s, putting the date of the concert time in the early 2000s. And her timeline is just so weird, Wenzel said, noting she believes that Blue appears to be lying about her age in certain articles. Blue moved to LA, but Wenzel doesn't remember hearing about her old friend being trafficked. Instead, she said Blue successfully tried to convince Wenzel to move. This is where it gets crazy. To convince Wenzel to move in with her in California. She did not recall Blue calling home to the Quad Cities with tales of being addicted to ice or living with a trafficked group of transgender women in the Hollywood Hills. You think that might have come up somewhere in your story. You think that somebody might have said something to your friend. Hey girl, guess where I've been? Even if you don't tell your parents off the rip, I'm not even kidding. When I say you think you'd tell your friend, you know, but whatever. Wenzel said she keeps seeing these stories out of LA and believes it absolutely didn't happen. In 2005, Blue was back in Illinois and eventually earned her cosmetology license. Now again, some stories she's graduated early because she was homeschooled. Other ones she doesn't even have a GED. But somehow she's got her cosmetology license. I don't know about her, but I'm pretty sure you have to have your damn GED to go to cosmetology school. You do here anyway. Blue began touring as a traveling stylist for musicians where she received her first taste of internet controversy. Oh, let me tell you something. She pissed off a bunch of people that were fans of the My Chemical Romance band, even people in the band, from what I could tell. Blue worked for mega popular rock band My Chemical Romance as a stylist, going up to the hair-inspired name Eliza Cuts. That's it, Eliza Cuts. Could not damn but remember that. Blue's job brought her into a group of My Chemical Romance's entourage members, dubbed the world's most hated crew. That clique also included future YouTube star and makeup mogul Jeffree Star. Shocker. Who would later be accused of paying out hush money to SA accusers. Did you hear that? Blue was closely monitored by the band's fans on sites like LiveJournal, particularly after she entered a brief engagement with My Chemical Romance's heartthrob lead singer Gerald Ray. Okay? But Blue stirred up some controversy in her own with diehard supporters of the band. In online mini scandals that featured Blue calling Star the N-word and allegedly authoring a thinly veiled fictional account of her failed relationship with Way. That's another one. Like she told this whole story, and like people that know the band and were around when all this happened says that she was literally giving a play by play of what she did when all this was going on when she was like in a relationship with him. Just depending on how much energy I have to go through some of this stuff. After leaving the rock circuit, Blue lived with a friend in Chicago from roughly 2009 to 2011. That's around the period that Blue claims she began to be trafficked again by the unnamed athlete in a violence-plagued neighborhood. But that's not how her former roommate, who asked the Daily Beast not to use her name out of fear of backlash from Blue's fans, remembers it. Instead, she said the pair lived in Wicker Park, an affluent, trendy Chicago neighborhood. The roommate said Blue's parents were always supportive financially. Okay, so what I need you to understand is the picture she laid out. Now, again, we're listening to her friend right now about where they really lived. Eliza had put out this, oh, I lived on a gang line. I slept on the floor because there were so many shootings happening or whatever. Let me show you what Wicker Park looks like. Okay? You ready? This is Wicker Park. Oh, by the way, Allie Broad, thank you so much. Let's see, make sure we put a shout out to.
Wicker Park is located just west of the Chicago River and about a 15-minute drive, depending on traffic, northwest of the Loop. This artsy, historic neighborhood is just a spot that has such a cool vibe that's almost really hard to describe. Ooh, and fun fact for you, Wicker Park is actually...
Fun fact, we're going to play a game. We're going to pin the tail on the armed gang members of the treacherous, gang line.
Listed on the National Register of Historic Places. Speaking of history, the neighborhood was developed by the Wicker brothers back in the 1870s. Now, the neighborhood experienced an unexpected boom following the Great Chicago Fire in 1871 when much of downtown was destroyed. By the 1900s, the neighborhood was mainly comprised of Polish, German, and Scandinavian communities who resided in some of these historic mansions that are still standing to this day. Visit Wicker Park if you love trendy restaurants, historic homes, and wandering in a beautiful neighborhood. One of the things Wicker Park is known for are these iconic mansions, once home to some of Chicago's most famous residents. In any neighborhood I explore, I always think it's important to start with some sort of a tour to really get a feel for the neighborhood and an
Oh,
understanding of
holy
its history.
crap. I thought I found one, but no, it's just a white dude walking his dog.
Some sort of
Right
a
here.
tour to really get a feel for the neighborhood and an understanding of its history. Today, we're going on the Chicago Architecture Center's Beer Baron Row self-guided trail. This tour was created specifically with Open House Chicago in mind, an annual event that features some of the city's most historically
Found it. Found the weapon. There's the cannon. Must be the Crips cannon.
Actually significant sites across more than 20 of Chicago's neighborhoods. This year's event has been reformatted to accommodate for social distancing. And Open House Chicago has created this super handy app with more than 50 programs and trails for you to explore at your own pace. Just head to the link in the description for more details. This half-a-mile trail takes us along 2 streets.
I think you get the point. I think we get the point, right? I just want to interject that because that whole Wicker Park thing, it really, I mean, like, come on. She was not in a precarious situation. Well, it don't look like it. If that's where you live, I think you're going to be all right. The roommate told the Daily Beast in a text message. The roommate does remember Blue sleeping on the floor, though not because of bullets. She slept on the floor, but by choice because she was into these floor pillows at the time. The friend, I mean, and that's a weird detail to tell some, like, to know. Like, she could just say she slept on a pallet on the floor, whatever, but like to throw out the whole she was into these floor pillows or whatever. I mean, you know what I'm saying. That's something maybe your roommate would know. Though she added that Blue eventually bought a bed. The ex-roommate Wenzel scoffs at the idea that Blue lived in a dangerous neighborhood, which I just showed you. Who by then was married with a child, said she brought her toddler to visit Blue and the roommate at their apartment. Hardly the front line of gang war. This is so not true, Wenzel said. She lived in a really cute apartment. They're the whitest girls you could ever meet. There was no gang activity. Around the time Blue resurfaced on, well, that was, I'm going to be honest, that's a little racist. I mean, when you assuming all gang folks are white, I mean, black, I don't know, but whatever. Around this time, Blue resurfaced online as Eliza Seep in 2010, unsuccessfully auditioning for American Idol using a surname she had picked up during a short-lived marriage. But she soon moved to a new name and another position in the music industry. Now she would become known as Eliza Knows, the sultry, self-proclaimed music video vixen. And I think now's the time I'm going to start kind of inserting maybe some of the stuff that I have found. That's kind of what you got. I'll go through it. Okay. Backtrack a tad bit. So whenever this first came out, which was where did I put it? You can tell. Look at all the stuff. Yeah. Brittany Venti had basically just posted asking her a question about a thread that was kind of exposing all this stuff in it, and said, hey, I know this might be difficult, but do you mind, could you just maybe answer what this is all about? You know, you don't have to go into detail, but it's kind of getting raised, the questions are getting raised, if you could just maybe clarify. But after she sent her this, like, bam, I think it was like that people started getting that what would happen is that Twitter would, like, temporarily suspend them and give them the alert to be like, you need to remove this tweet before, your account's released. Basically they were in Twitter jail, all for sharing that daggum thread of all this information about her and her past. I mean, and so then people were like, what the hell? But that's not really the first person that came out and started talking that brought her up. That was open secret. Oh, let me just go and show you. Okay, so this person says, so why did you report on Brittany Venti? Well, who comes in? We're sharing public video and asked simple question. Who comes in? This Amanda Jean. She chose to put a non-consensual nude image. She'll be lucky if she doesn't end up in court. Now, number one, that's not true. She shared a screen grab from a YouTube video that Eliza appeared in. It wasn't non-consensual. She's bragged about it on videos that she was excited for it to release. So that's where everything started getting strange. It's like, why are you, like, suspending people for asking these questions, right? So there again, so she pirates that same thing in that old buddy over here. This buddy comes up to me and to Gene in a little bit. Post on there. I'm going to address this one time and one time only. A non-consensual photo was posted to me yesterday. Notice that nudities. It's now just a non-consensual photo. The photo has been removed. The source of the photo has been contacted. I'm prepared to escalate this to the full extent of the law. So now she's threatening to sue people. I understand this is how much she lashed out over it, which brought her only more attention. I encourage my enemies to study the law. I have been for many years. It might stop you from making rookie mistakes in the future. Well, rookie mistakes, she threatened people online, is not okay. It brought her more attention. So more people started digging into it. She said Twitter did an outstanding job sucking no, blah, 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 Twitter. Oh, I love you, Twitter. You're great, Twitter. Everybody else, you're going to burn in HELL. You know what I mean? Just, come on now. That will be excluded from legal action. There won't be anyone else involved spared. Dun, dun, dun. Like, this is just dramatic. I take things all the way, and I have no chill. Well, I mean, that's the problem here. That's what people are accusing you of. You took things all the way. You have no chill, and there was nobody forcing you to do it. Now, that's what people are thinking. Okay? I mean, seriously. I'm a survivor advocate. So seriously, she says I'm a survivor advocate. She doesn't say I'm a survivor. She says I'm a survivor advocate, and that doesn't stop advocating for myself as a survivor. Well, she does, I guess, right there. But like, then the weirdest part about this is like you can go back and see America cannot lose a free press ever. I think the saddest part of getting prepared to speak was when I realized that my self-esteem was so low that I didn't think that I deserved help. And if that's you, like, wait a minute, I'm expected to be so, yeah, she's talking about speaking at these events. So this is where it's like, again, I'll take a kind of a different spin on this, is that, like, and this is when, like, when Brittany Venti first kind of come out and asked her these questions and stuff, and then people started getting blocked, and like, people didn't really know what was going on. She had been on with Chrissy Mayer, like, I think Chrissy said like 4 times. So people started tagging Chrissy in it and being like, well, I'd like to know what you think about this, please. Because, again, people were starting to get suspended off Twitter. And Chrissy was like, to be completely honest, you sound jealous of the attention Eliza is getting. The best way to be noticed for your work is to keep working and not try to tear other people down. She didn't think she had a clue. Now she's changed her tune completely because, more stuff has come out. But so this had even had, like, people that had seriously supported her really confused and, like, asking her what the heck's going on, because Christy finally, like, messaged her and was like, listen, Brittany didn't share anything that was nude or anything that wasn't consensual. It was on YouTube for 6 years, and then she blocked Chrissy. So, again, this reaction to all this stuff, I'm going to close some of these down as I show them. This reaction to it was nuts. And so this was like the Eliza Blue's dating life. This was in one of these things that, talk about a person's history. Last updated January 7th, 2023, when I took the screen grab. This is why she was trafficked at the age of 17 for $500. So this, again, goes on to talk about, this is one of the places, that only a couple places where she talked about how, see, this says she was trafficked at the age of 17 for $500. Other place, see, that showed that other one where it says she was sold to the guy for $500. So, like, it's just an ever-changing, flipping story. It's crazy. So it said, around this time, Blue resurfaced unsuccessfully auditioned for American Idol using a surname she picked up during a short-lived marriage. I've been talking a lot. Okay, what I'm going to do, because I need to give my mouth a minute to rest, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the, I think, in my humble opinion, of all the research that I've done, and play for you the the interview that she did that I think she gave the most information in, talked most about what happened to her, and it's a place where you can try and like nail down some timelines. And the reason why you saw I had these pulled up twice is because this young woman, by the way, she has not done another podcast since June of 2021. So I'm going to share the audio of this podcast. I don't think this person would have an issue with it, considering these were her words. And Eliza's and not hers. I think it's important to hold people accountable with their own words. But she did really good work here. How to survive and thrive with postnatal depression. She interviewed quite a lot of people. Um, she interviewed Buck Angel to about detransitioning all the way to DV. There's the Eliza Bleu one. She did a lot of seemed like really good stuff. I just wanted to show you that because I think this again I give my shouts out to get information. But I want you to listen to some of this. I'm gonna play this throughout this show because I need to let my damn mouth rest. All right.
I started to recognize and realize my own purpose and my own meaning. And when you're a person with purpose and a person with meaning, you don't want to die. You want to live as long as humanly possible so that you can help as many folks as possible.
Have you ever wondered how, after tragedy, Eliza is a soap? Something else I'd like to mention is that there will be details of Eliza's story that we will keep out of this interview. This is...
I started to recognize...
Here we go with the keeping stuff out of the interview. Again, this lady seems really nice, but...
Humans have been able to pick themselves up, dust themselves about a very sensitive topic, very difficult topic. So as usual, if you find yourself affected by the content of this episode, please do not hesitate to ask for help. We will list all the resources in the episode page and in the
then again, I think this is probably the one with the most information
of the episode. So please, please, please do ask for help. Something else I'd like to mention is that there will be details of Eliza's story that we will keep out of this interview. This is to protect Eliza and to make sure she isn't vulnerable. And the reasons why will become apparent over the course of the interview. Eliza, welcome to Tough Love.
Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor and a pleasure. This is a story that I've been waiting to tell for a very long time. And I truly felt like when I came across you and your podcast, after we developed a friendship, I really felt like I had found the person and the platform to share this story. So it's...
And again, kind of with the love bombing, this will happen quite a bit with the compliment, we're now friends. And I hate to do this because, again, I think this Eliza has some abilities to communicate. Again, I can't sit here and say that I don't think she would not make a really would make a really good advocate. But the problem is the victim part is the part that's just not making sense because it's not adding up.
An honor and a pleasure. I absolutely love what you're doing. I love the trajectory of your podcast. I love you as a person. You've become one of my favorite people ever. So this is an honor and a pleasure for me. And it's honestly just a delight to have a conversation with a friend about a situation that is so near and dear to my heart.
Thank you. You're way too kind, but thank you. So I would like to start with the general question about your background, your family life, your education, anything you'd like to share.
Yeah, so I'm a farm girl from the United States of America. I'm from where Illinois and Iowa meet on the far end of the Mississippi River, and I was homeschooled. I come from an amazing family. I have one sister. My parents are still together and completely in love, which is amazing. And I grew up I had a great, awesome upbringing. I think one thing that surprises folks when they start to hear some of my story is that I don't come from a household of abuse, and I don't have a history of abuse when I was a child. I think that that's really important moving ahead in this story because I don't want survivors to think that if they're not a survivor of child abuse, that still what happened wasn't valid. So I don't know. I come from a really, really amazing family. I see my family very frequently. I talk to them all the time. So
Again, I think that is super true about kind of like what her. It seems like her family loves her a lot. I mean, it really does, and that's kind of what makes it even worse. Is that again, not trying to be mean here, but I just wish she would think about. But I don't know. We'll see what this temple, one of Temple's riders or something, was there with her for the last few days, and I'll be curious to see what that looks like. But again, this is the one she told the most about
that's
her
kind of a little
story
bit of my
too.
background.
And do I understand correctly that you grew up in a farm? So
Yeah.
you had a rural upbringing, very wholesome upbringing.
Yeah, very wholesome. Like I said, it's a 550-acre farm. It's been in the family forever. I currently live on the farm. My family lives a couple miles up the road, and this it's
See, she says it's 550 acres. I mean, this is just a weird one, but like you'll see other reports where it's 400. You also see where now she just said she lives on the farm and then her family lives a couple miles up the road. So it's like she lives she lives in a house on her parents' land on the farm. So like you know what I'm saying. So she's taken care of, and is what I hear.
to me, it's heaven on earth. I love it. I completely love it. I love being a little bit off the grid. But as a child and as a teenager, I was always had a very rebellious streak. So I really wanted to leave the farm at a young age. I always felt a little bit out of
How
place.
young?
How young did I want to leave the farm? I think I wanted to leave the farm about, I don't know, maybe age 3. I started thinking I had bigger plans in my head at
Again, I don't know who in the hell at age 3 is thinking, you know what, mom and dad, I'm going to kick rocks. It's LA for me, baby. I'm like, I just don't make it. Again, though, whatever.
age 3. I just always felt like I was out of place. I never felt like I fit in. And I always had big dreams. I think that my family is so amazing that they encouraged me to dream big and to think outside the box, to completely be myself, to be an original. But those those amazing qualities that they instilled on me is part of what led me to being a trafficking victim. So it all kind of plays together. And I was really grateful to do this
Wait, you
podcast
blame your
because
parents.
it gave me an opportunity to sort of look back and to look at the patterns that sort of led me to being trafficked. So I'm happy that I've had a chance to look at this. But my family has been freaking awesome. They really taught me how to be myself and to reach for the stars and to push myself, but they didn't create an environment because I was homeschooled. They didn't create an environment that really showed me how negative the world could actually be. Because I was predominantly surrounded by them and family, I was unaware of the
And this is with the story where I'll get in then. Break here. Okay, so. So it says, around this time, Blue resurfaced online as Eliza Sepp in 2010, unsuccessfully auditioning for American Idol using a surname she picked up during a short. Um, uh, to me, I don't know what they mean by unsuccessfully auditioning because the truth of the matter there is, you know, sorry. Okay, so this is the Instant Idol. This is the American Idol thing. You'll see January 8th of 2010. Ironically enough, that's her in the picture. Who to watch out for? Eliza Sepp, 28 Chicago audition. So when they said I think she made it through the audition, it's just probably I don't know how far she made it in the actual show because there it is. Chicago auditions Tuesday January 19th. Eliza Sepp, 28, from Chicago, the hair and makeup artist, aka Eliza Cut. So they sort of got the two. Okay, here. Former paramour of My Chemical Romance singer Jared Way performed Holy Night and Sinead O'Connor's Nothing Compares to You. So this is in an article that says basically who to watch out for. Kat says in the drama of American Idol starts Tuesday when the show hits the road for the audition round. Um, it's that promising time when everyone has a chance until they open their mouths. Based on reports, some of the more than 150 hopeful idols who won coveted golden tickets to the Hollywood round during the auditions taped last fall. Here's who we hear you should keep an eye out for. They recorded the auditions in last fall, and yet you can, research American Idol, the series overview. This is whenever that article came out, but since they said that they did the auditions, again, 2000 and January 2010, they did the auditions. Came out they did them the previous fall. This one, I'm gonna assume this is the one that they're talking about for her. So and somebody did a really good job. They actually dug up her little video she did about it. But I mean, you have to dig and you can find this stuff. Okay, so this is going to talk about that, right? But the first person that found information out about her was actually an open secret. They started talking about this that I found. Again, could be wrong. It could be more than this. But this was dated back September of 2021 when the Open Secret started talking about this. And as he literally tweeted out, people are finally waking up to what we said about Eliza Morthland in 2021 and 2022. He's not lying. He's got the tweets to back it up. But, there's that. Go a little bit further than this because... Well, I guess I could show you some of this. So this is done by Emo Chronicles. She did this a year ago, which is kind of crazy because it's almost like, I don't know, maybe she could read minds or something. So this is compilations of TikToks. Emo Chronicles explains Eliza Cuts. Okay, so I'm going to go with some of this and give my mouth break again for a minute.
Okay, I'm going to turn this whole thing into a series, but just to start, you have the world's most hated crew, made up of Jeffree Star. You have Alicia Simons Way, she's Mikey Way's ex-wife. She also dated Pete once. A couple other people that really aren't so famous anymore, Miss E, Sarah Dope, Megan Mayhem. Pretty sure she was just kicked out over the Eliza Gerard breakup. That also brings in Eliza Cuts, and Hey Chris. So I'm going to go into all of this and all of this drama in a... So I'm surprised how many people forgot about this. Mikey Way and Sarah M, aka Sarah Dope, not to be confused with the actual Sarah Dope. At the time, Mikey was married to Alicia. Then some pictures came out. Fans ended up finding out that he was seeing her because she was posting all over her Instagram. Seems that Alicia ended up finding out, and then right after that, they got engaged. It was a short-term engagement, but it was proven that Sarah and one of her best friends, Angie, were longtime MCR fans. She was about 20 at the time, and I don't think any of the band members were a big fan. Bob had some select things to say, and so did Lindsay. Eliza Cuts. So basically, she liked My Chemical Romance so much that she stalked them, came to a show. Gerard Way tried to sell her a homemade shirt, size small. She took that as a compliment. She fell in love with him. She wanted to make him hers. She actually did succeed. They got engaged. The whole time she was pretending to be friends with Mikey to get closer to Gerard, and then he just randomly broke it off with her. So Eliza went on and wrote a fanfic of their entire relationship online, and you best believe that I will be posting that. So Eliza Cuts
wrote a whole fandom thing about her time with them. Again, what she said, she got close to the brother. Okay, that's a whole deal.
Broadway's fiance, and when they broke up, Eliza went on to write a fanfic, and it detailed their entire relationship on her MySpace blog. So do remember at the time that she had an internet following, and her fans were able to find pictures and physical evidence that kind of confirmed all of this actually happened. And some other members of the group did speak out about her mental state, but we're going to get into that later. So I figured I would go ahead and read this relationship called Commit Me that she posted on her MySpace. So follow for the series. So Eliza's character is named Emma, Gerard's name is Paul, and the band My Chemical Romance is called Black Pajama Party.
And I listened to this, and she did a great job, and I wish I could, like, get her, maybe I'll just let her, but she did skip over some portions of the story, and I get it, 'cause she's trying to do a TikTok, but there are some things that she did skip in reading the story, that, but I'll let her do it. She'll probably do a better job than me and give me some break.
So it starts that Emma works at a fitness center on an army base in Germany, had an abusive husband at war, but she left him at war and has not seen the whites of his eyes since. So she was an elliptical trainer when she found Black Pajama Party in a rock magazine, and she fell in love with the lead singer. She couldn't stop staring at his picture. So when she got back to the States, she went to see them at a dingy rock club.
I know that she's kind of talking fast. I'm going to play back. Maybe I can slow it down a tad bit. She's trying to get out for. Beginning here, she said she was involved in a relationship, like a marriage, where she was in Germany, and it was abusive, and so she left him there, and then came back here. She was married again. That's how she got the Sepp last name. See, but it would be interesting to me to talk to her ex, see what he has to say about that.
So Emma went to the merch table and Paul looked at her. He pointed to his shirt and he said, "You should get that one. I designed it." She said, "I don't think I'm tough enough for that one." He said,
"No, that's something I'm telling you. Some of this has come out in interviews and stuff where she's talked about how they met and like him with the shirt and stuff. And in the story, Paul is supposed to be Gerard and Emma is Eliza.
"You look like you are. Get that one in an extra small." He was drunk and very smelly. She didn't get a shirt, but she felt like he was hitting on her for
wrote this,
suggesting an extra small size. She then told her mom she had a crush on Paul and enrolled in cosmetology school with the goal of doing hair for the Black Pajama Party. Black Pajama Party started to take off. She decided she was in love with Paul, even though she hadn't talked to him since that day. So when she got there, a crew member invited her backstage. She went up to the guitarist and said, "Look, I want to tell your lead singer something." Paul came out and said, "What are you doing here?" She said, "Hi, my name is Emma, and I was wondering if you would like to fornicate and engage in premarital relations." They then exchanged email addresses. After talking,
that's how she met it.
On AIM, Paul admitted that he did have a girlfriend, and he said he did not have any ill intentions toward her, and he didn't want to come across as a creep. She said she assumed he was gay, but then she developed a crush on him due to him saying...
So he turned her down and said it's because he had a girlfriend, and then she immediately says, "Oh, I thought you were gay." I mean, think about that for a minute.
He didn't want to be a creep. He was a creep and she loved it. So the next morning she drove to see him. She got a whiff of pungent smell and turned around to see him. She cut his hair, made plans.
Second time she said he's smelly.
To see him again, and in the meantime they talked online. Paul's bandmates didn't like her, but Paul told them that she was gay. She continued to do his hair multiple times, and she questioned whether he actually had a girlfriend. Next time she saw him, Paul told her that he valued her friendship. But then he did say he had to call his girlfriend, and Emma took this as a shot to the stomach. As he walked away, her friend said that he was in love with her. So one night, Paul told her not to come up, but she still drove 5 hours to see him. She rented her own...
He told her not to come. She drove 5 hours anyway.
Own hotel room with her friends, and then she ditched her friends and she stayed in the room with Paul and his brother. This was the night that the tension was so thick in the air that it could be cut with a knife. Paul flicked her belt buckle and she begged him to stop. She warned him of the consequences and he flirted with her anyway. Paul asked what kind of underwear she had on, and she laughed and she changed the subject. She said, "There's something I have to tell you. I like you. He said, "That's okay. That's not really a big problem." And she said, "Is it a problem because you like me too?" And he said, "Oh, yeah, you're right, but friends have crushes on friends all the time."
And pictures of her, by the way, but she was hanging out with that band.
She said, "Not so much. What are we going to do?" And he said,
"With black hair.
Nothing. I'm in love with my girlfriend." So after this night, they didn't talk that much, and she got mad at him that he cut his hair short. But the next time they talked, he said, "Thanks for saying what you said to me. I realized I'm in love with my girlfriend, and we're trying to work it out." So she went on to become friends with Paul's brother, Mikey, and the band started to accept her. So
again, he's rejected her now, and now she's getting close to his brother.
Emma cut Paul's mother's hair, and she
cuts his mom's hair, and what does she tell her?
Told her that she's going to marry his son one day, and the mother laughed. So there was an incident where she went to see a concert, but she wasn't on the VIP guest list, so she cried hysterically for 20 minutes. Another time
This is part of the story where she kind of skips over that I feels like important to talk about, because this is where she shows up to a concert unannounced. She goes to the door, and this guy says she's not on the list. She winds up crying in a bathroom for getting hold of the brother, crying over it. He gets her in, but tells her he can't get her backstage, and then she gets all upset about that shit. It's like, what kind of self-entitled daggum brat does that shit? You show up unannounced, you're mad you can't get backstage passes?
She hung out with Paul's brother, and one time when they were hanging out, she ran into Paul, and he couldn't keep his eyes off of her. But on AIM, he said it was sexual tension, no more, no less. So she decided 1 year since she met him, she sent him a letter that said she was in love with him, and he didn't respond for a month. On her 6th sober birthday, he logged on to tell her happy birthday and that he didn't love her back. So things got weird. She got a diagnosis of bipolar, but she didn't go on any medication. She tried dating, but nothing compared to Paul. She got closer to Paul's brother, and he gave her gifts and airplane tickets. And Paul actually asked her for proactive pictures at one point, and when she sent them, he said, "Send more." All right, so this is the part when she exposed to the internet that Paul's brother was working hard at recovery and getting sober.
That's a part of it where people are like, there's about the truth to it, because apparently his brother was working through some addiction problems, and they had kept it on the down low, and then she wrote this, and then they had to, reveal that he had been struggling, I guess, with addiction.
She moved in with Paul's brother and fiance, Alicia and Mikey.
Moved in with his brother and his fiance.
Well, he was recovering, and eventually Paul moved back, but they avoided each other. But Paul eventually did invite her to spend the night, and she said, yeah, and he explained that she would need to stay over after a visit from his girlfriend. Paul said, this bed is huge. You can sleep here with me if you want. And Emma said, okay. So he did talk about his girlfriend with his relationship, but did in a candid manner. And then she said, I don't know if you will choose to be with me or her, but I will love you regardless. I have a love for you that is called agape. The most pure love a human can have. Whatever your choice may be, I will stand by you and trust that you made the right decision, even if it means we can never speak again. Emma and Paul had a wrestling match, which resulted in her trying to kiss him. He moved his face away, so she tried again twice more until he finally kissed her back. It was the most passionate kiss she had ever had. The two could actually not stop kissing, and after almost 2 years of being drugged behind a car by her toenails through the rocks and mud, now this? Paul confessed that although there was a new development in the relationship, he was choosing to stay with his girlfriend. So Paul's brother and Emma had long, intense conversations and even fought due to this new trend in Paul and Emma. But Emma threatened to kill herself, and Paul's brother helped contact her roommate and stopped her from doing it. So Paul ended up talking to her the next day, and then he purchased her an airplane ticket for Emma to come to where he was, because he was now single, and Emma struggled with suicidal ideations. So in the most unclimatic resolution ever, she explains that they began to make plans for their wedding in the future. They moved in together. So she ended up making one last trip to Paul before she ended up moving, and he lavished her with gifts behind her wildest dreams. And Paul kept trying to work on his comics, but, he frequently had his hands full with Emma, never knowing which version of love he would get. So Emma was suicidal, and she asked her friend to take her to the hospital. Following this, Paul came to visit her right away, but the next day he sent her an email saying he couldn't take it anymore, and they were not a compatible match. He was done, and like that, he was gone. He changed his number, and he turned her phone off, and then Paul told her where she could send his things, and that was it. So Emma's parents fly her to an island to stay. She gets medication, she starts seeing a therapist, and then her mom ends up telling her that Paul got remarried on tour to Lindsay. And following this, she freaks out. She gets drunk again. She relapses. She cuts herself. She goes into surgery drunk. But she said she could have died, and she's glad she didn't. Everyone deals with things their own way, and she says she only wishes to remember the good times.
Now, if you're wondering,
he pointed.
So you don't pull his stuff out your butt. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. So I think it's important to do this as well. Um, okay. So shout out to. By the way, you can find a lot of stuff on Reddit. Just so you know, so everybody's clear. I mean, it takes a lot of time and energy to research all this stuff, but there's some places that you can find it. So this is like the decoding gurus, whatever, had a whole Twitter thread where you could find where they had posted um, stories about where you could find the links to find stuff, and that's such a good joke. So this is okay. So this was posted anonymously on on one of the band boards, and here it is. Here's the original post. Okay, this is crazy, right? So I want to show you the My Chemical Romance fan site, and I'm just going to read this to you because this is another one of these situations. So this is the My Chemical Romance days. I can set you up for kind of how this situation unfolded and the time span of her life, and how when people had something to say, this is what they would. Some of the people, their stories, their accounts, right? What they said. It says, just again, just so you know. So this was posted 2007, June 5th, 2007, and it talks about the man, talks about relationships. Um, so- okay, so it says on June 4th, someone who remains anonymous posted this message on the personal lives of the band, right? Here, anonymous personal lives of the band, right? It says, "Hi, I felt I had to write to you guys um, to allay some of your fears regarding the rumors and speculation surrounding Jared and Eliza and the future of the band. This is the only time I will ever post. I will not be able to respond to your comments or enter into discussion or debate on what I'm about to say. We are aware that this is one of the most popular message boards in the MCR is My Chemical Romance fans, and we know you guys are the most dedicated and loyal fans in the world. It saddens me to see such division amongst the fans over one woman. If it's any consolation, you guys are not the only ones affected. She is merely tolerated by both band and crew. Believe me, nothing anyone can say will change his mind. She's been the cause of numerous conflicts, and while we don't have to like it, we have to accept it, at least for the foreseeable future. From day one, this woman has had a hidden agenda. Her manipulation knows no bounds. Some of you may find this difficult to believe, but I assure you I have personally witnessed the two sides of this woman. Her so-called good deeds are nothing more than a PR exercises for his benefit, but he does not see what goes on behind closed doors. We have tried to draw his attention to her blatant self-promotion and diva demands. This is a prime example of love being blind. His feelings for her do run very deep. Her feelings for him, however, are questionable at best. Many people believe, including myself, that he is being used as nothing more than a stepping stone. It's disheartening to see someone you care about and have worked with for a very long time change as a person, becoming more detached and causing the group dynamic to change as a result. There have been conflicts and differences of opinions, and compromises have had to be made. She does not accompany the band on the European legs of the tour. Since being on this current European leg, he seems much happier, which suggests she doesn't make him as happy as he thinks. Despite being asked more than once to remain discreet, she blatantly disregards his wish to keep his personal life private by continually fueling the internet hype. The band has always been about the music and the fans. This will not change. My Chemical Romance have never endorsed any type of clique as it encourages and promotes the kind of high school mentality that My Chemical Romance have always fought against. Your continued support is appreciated, and rest assured this woman will have no adverse effect on the band and the music. For obvious reasons, I'm remaining anonymous. Eliza, we know you trawl these message boards, and you probably know who I am, but I'd like to see you try and prove it. Some truly believe this to have been posted by someone close to My Chemical Romance or indeed a member of the band themselves. We do not know the fact for a fact who posted it or if it's legitimate. People have highly suspected that it was Frank Lero or the band's manager Brian Schichter who posted the message or a member of the band's crew. The reason people find the post to be legitimate is because the good grammar and the way it sounds like it's coming from an inside source. Many INO users asked an administrator for the Anon poster's IP, but the admin cannot let the IP be exposed as the location of the user is confidential. Also, many people believe that the Anon's post could have been posted by CJ, apparently the girlfriend or wife of manager Brian Schechter. This is because some of her blogs appear to be taking swipes at Eliza's situation. You used to be able to view her blogs here, but she deleted them as the communication between her and INO was getting complicated, and she said this is the end before finally deleting her blogs altogether. Because you can tell my voice is getting like, oh, it's a lot here, man, a lot here. Okay, so that's the My Chemical Romance stuff, right? Now, she did an interview after this, okay? And she was asked about that story that she told, the one that she had posted, and I found this interesting. That it says this is, by the way, this is Eliza 2017 in Instagram. Okay, what stands out most in your memory? That's her. What stands out most in your memory when you think back on your time with the band and after the breakup? Man, that seems to go a long way. Blah blah. Oh, I ain't gonna really read all this. It says right here, it says, after the breakup, I was off the internet for an extremely long time. I kind of went off the grid 100%. No TV, no internet, no radio, and at times no cell. Gasp. I was just focused on helping others. I'm grateful that I took that path. So again, she did this, and she's saying that she took a huge break from the internet, no TV, no nothing, but she was posting everywhere. It's flipping crazy, okay? Um, this is it. When you look back on your blog, tell all, commit me already. How do you feel about it? Sadly, I was hacked. I have and will press charges when people go over the top with internet bullying and harassment, period. It's hard when it starts to affect your real life, like dating or getting a new job. It forces me to have to explain to new coworkers or new love interests that 99.9% of what's out there is fake. Typically, people Google new people to be nosy. It's really uncomfortable. It's not funny or cute. That was a chapter of my real life. It's sad when it overshadows other amazing compliments and bright spots from my past. Um, this is interesting too. What was the craziest rumor you've ever heard about yourself? The craziest of all time was that I was the woman pressing charges on Derrick Rose, the basketball player, for rape. That's a very serious subject in general, not the type of thing you want to be involved with or in. I'm sure there are a million out there. Pregnancy rumors. She didn't want to comment on the Jared breakup. She wouldn't do anything differently. I'm doing this slowly, so if anybody wants to snip anything out of this, you're free to do it. So what I found interesting is she tried to deny that she wrote that commit me already. And this person comes back and says, cannot believe E-Cuts expects us to believe she was hacked. Eliza, honey, I still have the MP3 file on you discussing said literary masterpiece on Hey Chris's radio show circa 2008, so don't even go there. So, just so if anybody was curious, reading the comment section does help. This person calls out and says that that thing that she wrote, she talked about it on a Hey Chris radio show in 2008, that she's the one that wrote it. Okay, so there's that. This is an interview she did. Again, crazy exit interview with Eliza Sepp. Okay. Oh man, this is on Tumblr, so we're going back. All right. Get back up here. This is but this is again where all this started, right? Oh my god, I'm getting sore. I've been sitting here for too long, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna play some more of this thing because I need to get up and walk for a second. Stretch. This is gonna heal me.
Real way that the world was. So I definitely was a performer from a very young age. And I definitely wanted to be in the performing arts. And one thing that was awesome about being homeschooled and being privately educated was that my family could direct their focus more on the things that I was good at and a little bit less on the things that I wasn't good at. See, this is back in the day. Now a lot of homeschooling is regulated, but back in the day it wasn't in the United States. So I was educated at a time where my family could really truly focus on things that were important to me and that I seemed to excel at an early age. And we also traveled quite a bit. I've been to a lot of countries in the world, and that was a blessing. I truly feel like that was an awesome part of being homeschooled, was that we got the opportunity to travel a lot. And so traveling also was something that wasn't odd to me at a young age. And so when I got my driver's permit, I had grown up, I was a little bit punk rock. One thing that's cool about being homeschooled is that nobody kind of tells you what's cool and what's not cool. You just sort of find it out on your own. And it's sort of led me to march to the beat of my own drum a little bit. But
now, see, that's what's confusing to me is when she says she's sheltered. She didn't really have any experience. And then she talks about how well traveled she is, but that her parents let her go figure stuff out on her own. Like, it doesn't. Again, it's just contradictory.
I, at an early age, started going to punk rock concerts, especially once I got my driver's permit. And it was there at one of the concerts that, I
don't know how it works in Illinois back in the late 90s, but when you get your driver's permit at 15, that doesn't mean you get to drive wherever the hell you want to go. That means you only can drive with somebody that has a driver's license in the car with you. That's how you drive.
Should I just get into it? Should I just go straight into it? I feel like I'm.
Oh God, absolutely! Okay. Please go ahead. Yeah, no. You're doing great.
Sorry, I just was. But yeah, I.
What are you apologizing for? This is great.
Well, it's great. Maybe it's great for you. It ain't about to be so great for me, but no. And by the way, I just want anybody to know that if I seem bubbly or if I'm smiling or laughing about anything, it's not that I don't take this stuff very seriously. I take it extremely seriously. This is just one of those situations that if you don't laugh.
And again, I'm going to insert this in my opinion, make sure this is my opinion. But this is where I think that hanging around with a father that's got his degree in communications pays off, because she immediately was self-aware of that she needed to make that statement, to say, listen, if I'm laughing and stuff, please don't think that I don't take this seriously, because it could put people off and be like, well, she's all laughing and stuff. You know what I mean? So she was self-aware enough to say that in the very beginning, which again goes back to, I know a lot of people hating and bashing, and I get people don't like to feel deceived and lied to and all that other stuff. And I've done a lot of this digging, okay? I'm showing you. I have dug into this. But I'm always going to also say that I do think that this woman has the potential to be a good advocate. If she was just honest, if she would just come out and be honest, because she's well spoken, she's articulate. Again, her Rose McGowan interview, she gave her plenty of time to talk. She did a great job. Yeah, again, but if you watch these things, when people talk about who can they reach out to, she always be like, call the 900, no, call that. She won't give the number. She'll just be like, call blah, blah, blah. So, like, she needs to brush up on it, right? And this is for her to figure out. A lot will come out. I'm curious to see how this interview will go with Tim's writer, because either she's going to come out and be honest, or she's going to stick to my story, and I'm sticking to it. Again, but this is the one podcast I found where she talked the most about what had all happened. You can kind of nail down a timeline, and then another one she did with Epoch Times had some stuff in it, and that's why it's all kind of crazy, because it doesn't add up. There's so much differences, and it's just sad because it is what it is. But I mean, I don't find any joy in tearing somebody down that you know had the potential to be a really good spokesperson, and I don't understand why you'd muck that up. But yeah, I'm gonna play some.
And find the joy and beauty in it, you're going to end up crying and being upset. And so, although what I'm going to talk about today is very upsetting and it shatters the heart, it doesn't mean that I still don't have joy and laughter in my life. So I don't never want anybody to think that because I'm laughing that I'm not taking this seriously, because I definitely take it.
I know you do.
Yeah, I do. I take it a little too seriously sometimes. Um, yeah, I started going to punk rock concerts, and at the Vans Warped Tour in Chicago, Illinois, I met a photographer that said that he wanted to make me a star, and he thought that I had the potential to have a modeling career. He was from Los Angeles, and this moment was pretty much the beginning.
Now pay attention. This is a photographer.
Of the end. I flew to Los Angeles not long after that. My mother accompanied me because I was a minor.
Comes a mom.
And anybody that would ever see a picture of me would know that it's not that I'm not an attractive person. I just don't have supermodel qualities. So it's not that I'm unattractive. So the fact that I bought into
making herself relatable, like self-deprecation,
that just shows how vulnerable I was at a young age and how much I just wanted to be a part of the world. I had been on this farm. I had felt like I was meant for more. I really wanted to be something great. And this man, who was well into his 20s, he was into his late 20s, offered me an opportunity that I thought I.
Now this is late 20s, remember, and there's supposedly her mother's with her, and we're talking about, this is again what, a 15-year-old kid. Because remember, she said it wasn't long after she got her driver's permit, she started going to the concert. Now she's flown out to California with her mother and some minor. She's, again, this is bam, bam, bam. So in my mind, she's 15, okay? And this man is in his late 20s, and her mother's with her. This is another part of the story that just does not make sense to me.
Couldn't pass up. And my parents, being the amazing supportive people that they are, went along with it. And of course, I'm their daughter, so they think I'm gorgeous. They think, I'm the most amazing thing. So when someone says, I want to make your daughter a star, people often believe in it. But my mom came along with me on that trip. And on that trip, I was groomed for what would happen later. On that trip, I was sexually assaulted under the influence of drugs. My mother was not present. She kind of let me go and hang out and be myself, which I thought was awesome. But unfortunately, what
happened? I want anyone, again, man, her parents seem like really good people, supportive parents. And I'm going to say this and be real clear about this. I don't want anyone to go on my account and harass anybody. Not her parents, a sister, not anybody, even Eliza herself. I mean, there's enough people messaging her or whatever, and people do deserve answers. I totally get that. But again, all the research that I have done, and I've done a flipping lot, okay? Just the reason I brought up her dad is because she tried to say he wasn't a politician. And he was. This is her mom. She replaced the dean at the Black Hawk College. Um, and this is a real article. I just didn't want to have to pay to get behind a paywall. This is that article. That's her mom. You saw in the other picture. But that It says here Betsy Morton, who had been academic dean of students for the college, was named interim executive dean for the East Campus as of last week. And this article was written several years ago. Okay, and again, I'm just showing this to say that her mother was in the business department at this school, if memory serves me well. I'm only showing this because my mother was educated, right? Her father was educated. These are educated people. It does not make any sense to me at all. And again, my opinion could be wrong. For whatever reason, they could have done this. That your parents would let their 15-year-old, let's even push her up. Let's say she got 16, turned 16, because again, our stories vary with these ages. Let their 16-year-old daughter go to California with them and just sit somewhere and let their kid go run off with some 20, like almost 30-year-old man. And then she says here that she did drugs with this person, and then she got sexually assaulted by this person. You mean to tell me your mother is going to get in a plane and fly with their 15, 16-year-old little girl and let her run off with some almost 30-year-old man? I can't. I mean, maybe people in Illinois are different. I can't imagine.
Was groomed for what would happen later. On that trip, I was sexually assaulted under the influence of drugs. My mother was not present. She kind of let me go and hang out and be myself, which I thought was awesome. But unfortunately, what happened was I was sexually assaulted on that trip. And I didn't know that I could talk to my family about it. I didn't know that there were resources available. And I really didn't have anyone to talk to. So I stayed quiet about it.
But in other articles, she talks about how supportive her parents know everything. Her father was, as got his master's in communication. You don't think she knew how to talk to her dad if her dad had his master's in communication? I'm not making this shit up, y'all. I have done the daggum research. Her father was also a contributor of the U.S. and U.S. News. Let me blow this up so you can see it. The U.S. News and World Report. He was a contributor for a paper. It makes perfect sense. This man had a communications degree. Here he is again, his biography: educator, family farmer, BA in communications from St. Ambrose University, pursuing an MA, which he got, in communications, professor of speech communications, taught courses at Black Hawk College, Scott Community College, and Ashford University. Former member of the Rock Island County Board. Rich and his wife Betsy have been married for 31 years and the proud parents of 2 daughters, Eliza and Bethany. I mean, again, I have done the daggum research. Here's his biography again. Married to Betsy, 31 years, Eliza, blah, 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 education, Bachelor's of Arts Communication with St. Ambrose University, master's degree in divinity at Denver, Colorado, and currently pursuing a master's of arts degree in communications. He had his master's in communications, and she don't think she could talk to him. By the way, a little bit more research. This is the daggum man's ad for whenever he ran.
A few months ago, some politicians tried to pull a fast one, voting in big pay raises and hoping we'd never find out. I fought them for weeks, and the people won. Now, as a farmer, I'm used to cleaning up messes. So I want to go to Springfield to clean up their mess by cutting waste, bureaucracy, and salaries. My opponent wants to raise taxes and spend even more.
But, again, I don't want these people attacked or whatever, because it's that they seem like really good people. They really do. But I don't see this woman's mother letting her go off with some almost 30-year-old man. They're from Illinois. They flew to California, and she let her 15, 16, depending on what story she tells, year old daughter go off with some older man. I'm sorry, I cannot believe that.
Also, when you're drugged, things seem hazy and your mind starts to play tricks on you. I went back home to the farm and dusted myself off. I would say in retrospect that my attitude got even more maybe aggressive. and a little bit more standoffish, but I was always that way. I was always a fighter with my poor parents. I put them through the ringer. I was always giving them a hard time, whether it be about, I wanted to dye my bangs blue when I was, I wanted to dye my bangs blue when I was a young age. I wanted to wear black fingernail polish. I was just.
There's a big difference between wanting to dye your hair and your nails and then some almost 30-year-old man give you drugs and then essay your ass while your mom's another room, hotel room down the hall. I don't
really, really rebellious. And so I finished my education early because of being homeschooled. And the same photographer that had assaulted me introduced me to a high profile musician.
Now, again, this is where it's confusing because she says she graduated early. She said in another interview she didn't even have her GED. Okay, just so we're going, I promise you, it's there. I've listened to it, but this doesn't make any sense to me because then he says she introduced her to a musician. I don't know when that happened. She says it in this one, but another interview I listened to her talk about was that she was groomed by that initial musician she met at that concert for 2 years. 2 years he groomed her over the phone and through the letter mail. Because remember, we're talking mid 90s here when she was 15, 16 to 17. And he groomed her for 2 years, this musician. Now the story goes into musician and into photographer into a musician. It gets twisted.
A high profile musician said, "Come out to Los Angeles. We'll start a music career. You're going to be a model. You're going to be a musician. You're going to be famous." And I believed it. So before I turned 18, my father drove me out to Los Angeles.
Again, I want you to think about this. It's before she's 18. At 17, she's raised her daddy, the one I just showed you, her daddy, Farmertown, Illinois. The farm's been in the family since I think 1892, I think is what I read. Is going to drive his kid from Illinois to California and drop her off. Be like, good luck, girlie. Don't forget your socks. Have fun with the older man, almost twice your age. Good luck with that. What?
With the small amount of possessions that I owned. Now we'll start a music career. You're going to be a model. You're going to be a musician. You're going to be famous. And I believed it. So before I turned 18, my father drove me out to Los Angeles with the small amount of possessions that I owned. Now I know a lot of folks are going to blame my family when they hear this, but the truth is my family knew that they couldn't control me. I was going to do it either way. I had my mind made up. So it was better that they were a part of my life rather than kick me out of their life. And I was at a place where I was going to do it without their permission. So that's just kind of the way that went down.
That's fine and dandy if she had her own car and drove her ass to damn California on. He drove her there. My dad would have said, get your shit and get to walking. You'll be there in about 3 months. He ain't going to drive me out there to make me happy. My dad would have whooped my ass.
When I got to Los Angeles,
at 17 or not?
Within 48 hours, I was addicted to a drug that I only know is ice.
Within 48 hours, she says she's addicted to drugs. She's asking another interview. No, it's the same interview. That's right. How she got over addiction. Well, she's like, I never was addicted. I never had an issue. Like, which is it? I'm telling you, in the same interview. This is the one podcast she did where she told the most about the whole story.
So that's just kind of the way that went down.
About damn all of them.
When I got to Los Angeles, within 48 hours, I was addicted to a drug that I only know is ice. I don't know what it was. This was quite a while ago because now I'm 39 years old. So back then I was 17. So I don't know what it was, but it started off with the famous musician offering me a couple beers. I wanted to be cool. I wanted to fit in. I didn't really know any better. I hadn't come from an environment where drinking and drugs were a part of my history. And after I had a little bit of cocktails, then the drugs were offered. I was under the influence, and then the serious grooming started. And in retrospect, I really just wanted to please everyone because I really wanted to be famous. It sounds funny now to say it because now that's the last thing that I want. But But I
So she said there, I just really wanted to be famous. I think it's a key thing to stay on to. I think you need to remember she said that she's immediately, like, basically within 48 hours addicted to ice at other stores. And within 48 hours, she's been sold to an older man for $500 on the hills and joined some trans woman's sex farm. Like,
just wanted to be cool. I really just wanted to be cool. And I think there are a lot of times where I could have said something, but I didn't even know who I would have talked to about it.
maybe
I didn't want to break my parents' heart. They had put so much behind me and everything that they thought I could be. I didn't want to break their heart by calling them and telling them the truth. So the gentleman who promised me the world ended up selling me after a couple days. I remember it clearly. I was sold for $500 to a very older gentleman in the hills, the Hollywood Hills. And this gentleman ran a, I don't know really what to call it. It was definitely a uh, it was a trafficking ring. It was a prostitution trafficking ring for.
So see, this is where she starts kind of conflating words. Where she's like, it was a prostitution trafficking ring. There's nothing. Prostitution's one thing, sex workers, and trafficking something else. So it's like that right there. She's kind of running those two words together, but it's kind of important that you differentiate which one are you talking about. You know what I mean?
Transgender folks. This is back in the day. This is before the trans folks have the voice that they have now, but I remember it clearly. And so that was basically the ultimate beginning of the end, is when I was sold to that guy. Sorry, I just gave you a mouthful.
You were so eloquent.
The lady that's interviewing her is really kind. Really seems like a really sweet lady. You know what I mean? Really sweet lady. But this is where we'll go back into here. People are finally waking up. You have falsely claimed for months that Apple's proposed CSAM detection is scanning. It would be it would use an on-device hash matching, which is totally different. Please don't spread disinformation if you don't understand the technology. So I think this person's pretty tech savvy, it would appear, and he's just saying, look, don't spread misinformation, right? You know, whatever. What she do? Blocks them. After lying about a widely used method for detecting CSAM, um, Eliza refused to respond and immediately blocked us. Weak sauce, Eliza, showing your true colors. Retweet if you'd like to know who Eliza Bleu really is. So this is kind of, remember, this is in 2021. So again, I appreciate that the attention was caused to this, last month and a half ago, but this open secret was calling her out 2021. It says you falsely blah, blah, blah. It says we explained how Eliza's lying about her reasons for refusing to name alleged abusers. Facts are that naming her abuser would make her safer and not put her at risk. I don't know. That makes sense to me, but again, imagine a public person who earns their living off internet donations raising awareness claims to be sex trafficking. Savon refuses to name her abuser. That in 2022, Eliza kept lying about a commonly used method of detecting CSA in child porn, which kept complaining and presenting the actual facts. And so they kind of go into this, right? Nan talks about Eliza's gone through about 5 different internet handles. This is when they start kind of talking about her again. Even spoke with a different accent and dialect. Read more about that here. Again, now this is happened in October 2022. Eliza Bleu Morthland repeatedly reported a complete lie following the completion of the Twitter acquisition by Elon. She claimed the top 3 hashtags used to advertise had been removed via automated process. We got a tip which demonstrated Eliza was lying. We tweeted this thread on November 30th, 2022. This refers to Eliza Bleu Morthland spread on social media, which went viral. January 6, 2023, the NBC News investigations we kickstarted through CNBC Was published. It demonstrated that Eliza Bleu was lying when she spread the viral lie that Twitter had removed the three hashtags. Um, One user posted about 20 tweets promoting their material. Another searchable hashtag and wrote selling all CP collection in a tweet published December 28th. The tweet remained up for a week until the account appeared to be suspended following the NBC News outreach to Twitter. As she dismissed the NBC investigation and used a version of whataboutisms, Eliza lied months ago, repeatedly claimed Twitter removed the top three. We know what the hashtags were and got the matter properly investigated and confirmed. There is nothing wrong with financial support. Just don't be like Eliza Bleu. She lies, claims that she didn't receive financial benefit. Her locals minimum is $50 a year, and she has many donors. Again, I don't see a problem with that when you're a content creator. Like, again, you rely on people watching either your content or donating to you for all that you do. Like, that is just how it goes. Now, again, if she was part of an organization, get some kind of a financial support, there's that. But otherwise, you kind of got to do this. Everybody does this, right? So it's just be honest about it. That's all. Just be honest about it. Be like, yeah, man. I mean, that's what you do. That's how you handle it. You don't run from it. It's not embarrassing. You just own it. 4 days later, Twitter responded and removed those three hashtags and used to advertise CSAM. Lots a lot about this. Let's watch some more of this. I'm getting tired. I don't talk this much usually.
I don't know where to start with this. It's such a harrowing story. Were you scared? Did you think about asking for help? Did you think about going to the police?
So this isn't a day before cell phones. This isn't a day pre 9/11. Can you believe it? This is quite a while ago. And you also have to think, I didn't really have the tools, the resources. And I was also extremely vulnerable. I didn't have a job. I had no connections in Los Angeles. I had no friends in Los Angeles. I was there completely alone. So going to the authorities, I had never gone to the authorities before about anything in my entire life. So I also, because of amazing grooming, and I have to give them credit for this, they did a really good job. At that point in it, I would have thought that if I would have gone to the authorities, that it was my fault. And that is one area that a lot of survivors struggle, is they think that it's their fault. They think that they have a role to play in it. And if someone is groomed correctly, not to give the other side any tips, but a good grooming situation will leave the survivor feeling like it is all their fault.
I'm sorry, Eliza. My heart goes out to the young woman you were, and my mind right now is on that moment and that night and how scared you must have been, and it just makes me want to hug you. I know it sounds a cliche, but there you go.
No, that's not cliche. I love hugs. even during this time, I still love good hugs. But I will say this:
I would give you a very unhygienic hug.
I'll say this. I've been blessed in a way where I am fortunate enough where I don't remember everything. My memory is very spotty because I had a lack of food, I had a lack of water, and I was on drugs and other substances. So the benefit of that for me, I know it sounds like such a twisted way to think about it, but the benefit of that for me is that my memory is a little hazy about it. And so for that, I'm grateful. I've also come to terms with the fact that one day those memories might come, and I'm prepared and I have the tools now. I also truly feel like if those experiences had never happened, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to be here for other folks that are going through similar things, because that was just the beginning of the journey.
Yeah, and that's what I find so sad about the situation, is because she's just very articulate. I mean, she just really is. And again, I said it at the beginning, I'll say it again. You don't have to be a survivor to be a good advocate. You know, if that's what if that's the case with anybody. So it says, so again, I don't want to bounce around too much, but it is kind of important. She had one of those. Okay, so this was another thread done on her about her, and it talks about the My Chemical Romance. I don't want to read all this. The night, is she dirty? So, yeah. That's where she was asked about the father and the MAGA candidate and Illinois Governor Richard Northland. Constant positive soaking poop. Whatever she says, no one in my family is running for governor. She's running for lieutenant governor. But she knew what she meant. And no one in my family or extended family has ever run for governor. My pronouns are they, them. This is another weird thing. She came out with the they, them in June of 2021. She told in that story you just heard, she said she was trafficked on a farm for transgender women. And then she's come out later saying that she's when she was being interviewed by Michael Malice around that time, she was saying she was an anarchist. And now she's come out recently and said she's a conservative, Christian conservative. Like, it's just all over the place. It just is. People can change their minds and stuff. It's just when you conflate all these issues together, right? When it's one and then two and then three and then four, it's hard to believe two, and five if one and three and four are sketchy. You know what I mean? We're normal out here. And so, it talks about they're doing the Karens. Let's see, is this you or no? Either way, I do agree with your constant on the poop. Whenever that's the picture of her dad. I mean, way years and years ago. There he is, my daughter, and I loves it. And here's an insert from a paper about him running for office. There's Eliza and her sister, her mother, and it's just what I'm saying. And then this is her tweet in 2020 where she went on Mike Malice and said she didn't even have Twitter. I think it's 2019. She was all over it before that. She was under these other aliases, but she was. This is just that we are clear. I'm not oppressed or marginalized. Her mom responds hardly. I mean, it just. And then this is her being called back for that American Idol thing written in the paper. This is June 2009. Multiple sources reveal such essential letter report series. Superstar didn't pan out. And this is her punks on a hot tin roof. Members of the Scissors from Left. This is when she was doing like hair and makeup and stuff. Her bands. Morrison says his family left the band to stay. Said his family left the band stay this weekend at their. He let their band stay at their Illinois home, so let's stay out the farm. We have high hopes for these kids, he said. These kids are good. So, I mean, they were very supportive parents. They were. She says that about them. Again, that's why I don't want anybody ever, like, going after anybody's parents or whatever. These parents seem like good parents. And I just wish she maybe would kind of think about that when all this stuff is going on, you know? And, that's why I'm not, like, you see me closing this stuff out because I don't want to keep it. I'm not. This is when she did another show, like a dating show. She was she had a presence, She had a on air presence. I listened. It took me a long time to pull this up. So every one of these I close, I'm like, ugh, ugh. This is another thing she talked about. There was a report that said that she I think it was the Daily Beast. Was it in here? Oh yeah, just showed that to you. Then under a new online name, Blue began to dance as a video vixen and in mostly low-budget music videos. Talked about a YouTube playlist that appears to have been compiled by Blue herself during the Gravitated Music 2020, 2012 and 2013 with song titles like Feeling Myself and A Million Ways to Love You. Well, in this one, I'll show you this. Where am I at? Okay, this is her Video Vixen page, where she herself, Life of a Video Vixen, she's posted all these herself back in 2013. And where all these videos that she ran, this was her blog that she did. YouTube, the music videos that I did with Chicago rapper EDA for the song Turn Up. This when she was going by Sep, the last name when she was married. Personal Privilege Boutique photo shoot. Hey there, troublemakers. I was at Chicago nightclub Lumen a few weeks ago on Thursday and was asked by the total doll Diana if I would model for the show Chicago Boutique Personal Privilege. Yeah, those clothes are fly. Honored to be asked to model for the legendary leaders at 1354 Lifestyle Store. I can't tell you how much I love the store and all this. I mean, this is all stuff that she wrote and was proud of. Come to my birthday party at Mass Nightclub Chicago. It's 2013. Remember. And you realize I want you to be a video vixen. Beautiful girls all around the world. These are all stuff that, that looked like she was didn't like being a part of. Meet the blogger. I'm a dork. Check out the about page of Life of Video Vixen and the facts about me to be solidified. Trust me, total geek. So there's that. This one. It's another thing for everybody calling out Tim Cass. Well, Tim Cass has an about page on Reddit. Somebody put all this together. Reality TV 2003, My Chemical Romance 2004 through 2007 as Eliza Kutch, Jeffree Star 2005, 2006. I think they're a little bit off on their dates here. Personally speaking, I think this could have been shoved back maybe another year to 2008, but oh well, look. 2007, My Chemical Romance band member posted anonymously complaining about Eliza's self-promotion. American Idol 2010. That's also, I believe, 2009 when she first auditioned, but that's good. 2011 to 13, her father, Richard Morton, was the Illinois House of Reps. 2012, she started doing music videos, Instagram modeling, Eliza Knows in 2014. Fitness and Instagram, Eliza Knows 2014 to 2019. 2016, arrested in Illinois. I have that screen grab too. 2016, World Star. 2016, interview. Listen to how differently she talks. Oh yeah, she adds that slang to it, That's weird. Politics, Eliza Bleu 2019 to president, starting out as an Andrew Yang supporter in 2020. Eliza big break. This was the catalyst for her rise to fame and influence. 2022 flew in the rails when Katie Herzog asked about her backstory. Remember, the Open Secrets was calling out 2021. Summary: it's clear that Eliza has been in search of fame and influence for her entire adult life. She claims she was trafficked from 1999 to 2014. See timeline above for reference. She offers no details regarding names or court proceedings of her traffickers. Anytime she gets asked a question about her trafficking, she dodges the question. No one in the right-wing media wants to address this grift because the cause she is bringing awareness for is noble. She has spent her entire life in the search of fame. And so, this was all put together and done by this Tim Pool Reddit page, right? It's kind of going through. Now, that's an interview they're talking about where she was hateful to the woman.
I don't know for me to tell my story at length, is going to take a while.
I don't even need that.
Answer questions about my story is going to take a while.
So I know the basics of your story because I've listened to your podcast.
Right. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what the question is.
Well, I can ask you the question.
I didn't agree to this. All I agreed to was answering a few questions about Twitter.
Well, okay, sure. That's totally fine. But can I ask you the questions or email you the questions and you can decide if you want to answer or not?
So she's hateful to her. That's been played in a few places, right? This is another thing that was done. People are finally waking up to her Twitter account. It kind of goes through again, kind of what they said. Eliza Blue's name of Eliza Morthland has been more or less confirmed by a bunch of small details. For instance, Eliza's father, the notorious politician Roger Morthland, shared pictures of him with Eliza Bleu, calling her his daughter. This is not only a connection, but it'll spare you all the details. The critical aspect here is Eliza used a dishonest tactic to distance herself from her political politician father. No one in my family is running for governor. Oh, that's the tweet she did. Kept her story very vague. An interview with Eliza Bleu did with Michael Malice has resurfaced. In the interview, she claims someone used her likeness. That's one of the weirdest ones. Where it's like she's conflating identity theft with trafficking. It's so weird.
Fill her up.
You're listening to the Gas Digital Network.
Is a mod at 4chan.
But it would go back to my Instagram, and that's how they would traffic. 2019, I signed up for Twitter. 5,000 child sexual abuse material images, like kind of dark and graphic, but just so that we're actually exploited. In some cases, we see children exploiting themselves by adults sexually abused toddlers. So number, it's over 65,000 exploited children in 20. We're at an epic crisis. Jack does follow me. I was trafficked on Twitter as well. So there's been 3 profiles to my knowledge that my former abusers made to traffic me.
She said that she was trafficked on Twitter as well. And then there was 3 profiles made to her knowledge. So if you know
on Twitter, I didn't realize because I kind of just signed up for Twitter in late 2019. So,
right there, bam! I my knowledge, because I just signed up for Twitter in 2019. That's a lie. That's a flat out lie. We all know that now. If I can't tell you anything, I'll tell you it's a lie. And for her to make that such stupid lie, it doesn't make any sense. Why would you lie about something so easily found?
I didn't realize because I kind of just signed up for Twitter in late 2019.
I just signed up for Twitter in 2019.
So it was like one of the last few days of 2019. I signed up for Twitter.
What does that mean that they trafficked you on Twitter? How can someone traffic you if they're not in contact?
Michael Mouse asked 2 really good questions here.
Contact with you.
Yeah, so the way that was working, I didn't know about the profiles existing because I wasn't on Twitter and I wasn't looking for them.
See?
The way that my former abusers were doing it is that it was going back to my Instagram. The Twitter accounts were linking back to my Instagram and they were trafficking me off Instagram, Backpage,
So follow that. She's saying the Twitter accounts were linking back to her Instagram. So it sounds like to me that somebody made 2 or 3, at this point, in my opinion, could have been her, that linked back to her actual Instagram account. Is that
sugar daddy websites? I mean, back to my, the way that my former abusers were doing it is that it was going back to my Instagram. The Twitter accounts were linking back to my Instagram and they were trafficking me off Instagram, Backpage.
So the Twitter accounts were going back to her Instagram, and then they were driving her off. She says Backpage and all this. I have a feeling that all the kind of, again, I'm going to assert again, this is my opinion. I've said this a couple times in chat room, not on my own channel, but I feel like, in my opinion, to me, this is kind of like her covering her ass if people start digging and finding she has accounts on these cam girl sites or wherever, or Backpage, that she's trying to be like, oh, that was my traffickers. That wasn't me. I'm not the one that did it. Because none of this really kind of makes any sense. Again, just my opinion, and not, I'm not a damn, a professional here. I think I do pretty daggum good research, but I will make sure I tell you when it's my opinion. That's my opinion.
Sugar daddy websites. I mean, whatever type of internet trafficking is what was happening. I'll go into more detail. So it looks like a profile. In my particular case, the profiles look like profiles that would be me, but trying to entice business to sell me, bringing it back to my Instagram where they were doing business. Fortunately, in my particular case, there are no nude images or videos.
How are they doing business if it's going back to your Instagram account that you manage and run? How are you unaware of it if it's linking back to your actual Instagram? That doesn't make any sense. I don't care how much ganja you're smoking. I don't care how medical grade that shit is. I don't care if your head's floating after 2 puffs. That shit don't make any sense. You understand how somebody knocking on your front door, but you don't know nobody's standing on your front porch? How the hell's that work?
Of me on Twitter, thank God, right now. The day is young, I guess. But it would go back to my Instagram, and that's how they would traffic me, sell me without my full consent and without my knowledge.
Right there, too, that something about that when she says without my full consent or without my knowledge. Now, without my knowledge, that makes sense to me. But how would you not have knowledge if it's your Instagram account? But when she said without my full consent, that's just that's not, to me, that's not a normal thing you would say if she's trying to make what she previously said sound legitimate. Like, they made up 3 Twitter accounts that linked back to her Instagram account, but she wasn't aware of it, even though it was her Instagram account. And they were doing it without her full consent. What does that mean? What does that full consent mean? It's like she covers her tracks and then she says without me knowing right after that. But something about that full consent, something just doesn't sit well with me.
When I joined Twitter, an ex-boyfriend actually pointed out the first profile. After I
Okay, let me ask you this. She wasn't aware of it till she says she joined Twitter and her ex pointed her out a profile. You mean to tell me she wouldn't know when she's getting all these random damn people message her on Instagram? She wouldn't have figured that out because remember she said they all sent it to her actual Instagram account. How would you not be aware of it, or not be selling yourself, or whatever, not be doing the cam girl shit or whatever, if you were when you try to make the claim that you were unaware that they were sending traffic? Would you just like, oh my God, hey Tom, how'd you find me? Oh, it don't matter. Here, link right here. Put your $20 in. Like, what is going on?
Reported it to Twitter. It took them 3.5 months to take it down. The second profile took 5 days. They actually took it while I was on my way to do they took it down while I was on my way to do my interview with Tim Cast. And
now think about that right there. She still had one up when they was on her way to Tim Cast. And look at how she's looking off over. It's like she's reading notes or something. I'm telling you, this is the part of it that really, I think, made a lot of people, when they found this, start going, I mean, if you ever walked out in the middle of a cow field and seen kind of little chilly and saw some steam rolling up, you're not thinking that's a brick oven out there in the middle of the field with the cows. It's just somebody just erected right there. You're thinking that's a big old pile of cow shit. Okay, most people are going to see or know or have instincts that that's some steaming cow shit out there. They're not going to be like, oh my God, I wonder what stranger came up made me a pizza oven out in the middle of the field. It's like something about this does not make sense.
And then the third profile, the platform has refused to take down.
Okay, so I don't understand. So someone creates a fake profile of you. There's photographs of you. How are they monetizing this? How is Twitter getting a cut? Like, what's literally happening?
Yes. So Twitter cut off all of our Twitters based off advertising sales.
As she said, and then she turns into everybody. They're making money off everybody. So it ain't just her. Does that mean we're all being trafficked? That don't make sense.
And data sales. So any profile that's on Twitter, they get a cut of it. So they can say to Pepsi, Coca-Cola, whomever they're doing business with, we have this many active users on our platform. So in essence, you and I are definitely making them money. When it's a free platform, we are the product.
But how are these people who are using your images making money themselves?
There we go.
So, it would depend. So my trafficking situation is going to be a little bit different than what we're going to talk about with the children. Well, so yeah. In my particular case, they're impersonation profiles that would have led back to them selling me to do business. So they would
let's think about what she's saying here. This is the part what kind of confuses me. I think a lot of people hear it now, but like Michael Mouse, you can tell him going, make. I mean, he's a very smart guy. It's like something about this is that's why he's asking these questions. Well, how did they make money off you? They were pushing it back to me? Like,
profile.
Remember at the very beginning, she said she was unaware of them. So how are you unaware of something you're having to answer and reply to?
In my particular case, they're impersonation profiles that would have led back to them selling me to do business.
See right there, I think, again, this is my opinion. I think that was a Freudian hand gesture there because she did impersonation. She did the little air quotes, like impersonation in quotes. Like, I think that was a slip up.
Imperson. So my trafficking situation is going to be a little bit different than what we're going to talk about with the children. Right. So in my particular case, they're impersonation profiles that would have
these little quotes, air quotes here. Impersonation, quote impersonation. Like, really what? I'm not just saying this for this interview. I don't know. Again, I'm not trying to be a biatch here, but it's just something about that. When you watch a lot of people over your lifetime, it's things stick out. Most of us, we got that gut instinct. We're like, no.
Have led back to them selling me to do business. So they would lure somebody in with the profile, like, oh, this is a pretty girl, blah, blah, blah. Because I mean, it's been a while that I've had the opportunity to be free. So it's not like it's still happening.
Sure, right.
But they would lure somebody in, direct the business back to, I'm assuming, either a dating profile or, kind of like when you see folks saying, oh, click this for my nudes or whatever, they would send them back to my Instagram or other profiles, platforms, I guess, who knows? Because I can't see inside the DMs. So I don't know what's going inside.
First time she said or other. Every other time she's answered this question, she said my Instagram. And again, my opinion here, I think she's starting to figure out he's not buying this shit. I gotta find another way to have it sent back somewhere else.
On the DMs on the back end. But I have been able with an organization to sort of track some of the use.
Now and again, I don't care if it's popular or not, because I'm going to be honest. Although there is I know that if you spend any of your time on Facebook, and let me go and tell you something, I rarely ever go on Facebook. I don't go on social media hardly at all, period. But and if you've ever watched interviews with some of the executives at Facebook telling you they all knew what it was going to do to people, there's a reason for that. But like, there is a way, like even on Facebook, if you go in, I'm sure you've seen it, where you'll get a freaking DM from like your aunt or somebody you ain't talked to in a year, and it'll be like, oh, you've won a gift, click this link. And I know that that's capable on Facebook. So is there something like that as far as with Instagram going with DMs, where if you're the actual holder of that account, you wouldn't see DMs? That doesn't make any sense to me. But again, I'm because I know I almost got looped into one of these like a year ago or something with a music artist, where I got sent that thing, and I was like, wow, what did I win? Because I thought maybe they were doing a contest or something. It's like, finally took him about a couple days to answer. He's like, that's not me, it's a scam or something. I was like, oh, okay, so they are seeing them.
Use of these profiles and some of the communication back with other profiles, and it's really scary. So it would be someone that they would contact to do some type of business and then take it somewhere else. Now, what does scare me about those profiles still being active is that my abusers are still free. So they could be using my image to contact survivors that are already more vulnerable, of course, for trafficking or abuse. They could be using those profiles to traffic other women. That's the truth. They didn't stop.
Yeah, this would be a good reason for you to maybe call those people out. Since you're an advocate, I think it's another problem people have is that she refuses to say who these people were. And so she's charged one of them with being a professional athlete. And then, then we have these people that was in Chicago, and then these other people in LA. I don't know why she'd protect the old transgender, traffic ring guy, or the photographer, or the musician. I don't understand why you wouldn't call those people out. I mean, if women are, because she kind of latched on to the Epstein people, and so if those women, was calling them out, I would think maybe she'd find a way to call hers. Again, this is my opinion.
So
when they locked me, they didn't stop.
So this is a kind of identity theft kind of situation, but instead of getting a credit card in your name, they're basically saying, "I'm you. I'm also known as this. Come talk to me." Or in the alternative, instead of being some kind of vague positive thing like "I'm going to be your friend," it's that you want to see sexy pictures of me. Come join this site, and you're basically being an unpaid spokeswoman for whatever nefarious organization or person this is.
I found there was a website. Actually, maybe I shouldn't talk about it. Yeah, I'll probably leave that out. But yeah,
and see, that's something else that she does. Like look at Michael Malice's face. I swear he smells. He smells some stunning. He smells like cow patty. He knows it ain't no brick oven.
There's a lot of things that go on. And now more than ever, I am terrified because survivors are already vulnerable because they've already been trafficked, that they are using my name and likeness to contact our most vulnerable. Especially, they could say, hey, I'm on this, I've been on these shows. Oh, and then, get the victim or survivor to trust them and then say, oh, come out and live with me, especially minors, because minors fall prey to this really easily. So it is imperative. And of course, I'm not complaining at all, but I'm not verified on Twitter. So it would be difficult for someone to differentiate between an impersonation profile or a profile that was trafficking. So when they were trafficking,
what she says, I'm not verified on Twitter, and it's just kind of crazy that then her, Elon, and now made it to where for $8 you can be verified. You know what I mean? No matter who you are. So like people were trolling the, those big corporations by making an account and then getting it blue check marked and impersonating whatever it was, like Nestle or whatever. So that whole thing. I don't know how that worked.
They would have tried to get business that way. Now there's no way to get business unless they're using it for some other type of business. My thing with Twitter was they weren't taking it down even when I would contact them. Even when I still contact them, they don't take down the profiles. The difference between myself and the minors. So when I went to a national organization, I said, hey, I'm being trafficked on Twitter because nobody could help me. I went to the police department. I went all over the place. And I'm pretty knowledgeable in this space. So if I couldn't figure out how to get help, and Jack Dorsey follows me on Twitter, and we've had a very nice relationship. Up until this point, we had I would call it very nice relationship. He was someone that I looked up to because of what he's built in multiple ways. And I also am pretty naive sometimes. I didn't know who I was dealing with or what I was dealing with. So when I reached out to a national organization to try to help me to contact Twitter and to try to do something about these impersonation trafficking profiles, then they told me about John Doe. John Doe is the first survivor that's suing Twitter. So sorry, that's a lot of information.
No, that's fine. So tell me about
it's a lot. It's really intense, isn't it?
Well, of course it is. But I mean, I think just like with North Korea and other stuff, people need to be able to kind of get it doled out piecemeal.
Yeah, again, it's funny he says that where he's like, go like North Korea, because I mean, this dude is used to, covering evil dictators. It can handle it. It can handle this kind of truth. So I like that he did that. And I'm glad that he asked really good questions. And again, I've said it a couple times, and I really the kind of person who's to throw out a solution, if I can. And my opinion on that is that I wish that she would come clean or just be honest and understand yet again, if this is the case, you don't have to be a victim to be an advocate. Again, she's very well spoken. She can educate herself on this topic. And, I don't know. Like, again, I would love to share before I go. I'll do a little bit more of this. But she did the interview with Rose McGowan. And Rose McGowan is somebody I truly respect. I was a huge fan of Charmed back in the day. And, Rose, she was the one calling out Weinstein before anybody else was. I mean, that woman is a true advocate. She really is. and nobody would listen to her. People shut her up and shut her down. And so, if I could have a vote of if somebody's going to be out there doing, say, what Eliza has been doing before all this happened, I would wish that it would be someone like a Rose McGowan because, um, again, I think she's earned that position to be able to be that leader, and I just that's my opinion.
Because the whole totality is so removed from our normal experience that it's kind of hard for people to wrap their heads around it. So what I wanted to ask you about is, like, can you discuss a bit about this? It seems unbelievable to most people that you can go on Twitter and see, like,
Oh yeah, they get into that, but you can. So it says, um, so this is, or add to this. This is a good one. What the actual F is this? So after starting to look into where the money was going from Eliza, I started to doubt that would lead anywhere. I might have found something else though. This might take some time to untangle. See what this is. So let's start back up with. I haven't seen this. When did this come out? Let's start back up with Eliza's wallet. Looking at it, she made 0.5. I guess it's Bitcoin. One donation, however, sticks out. Hash and all that. Y'all know more about that than I do. I am not the one. We know this is a donation. Go look at the wallet, right? This is weird. Two transactions, one in, one and one at one in, one in, one and one out. I think this was supposed to be one in and one out. Why would you make an account just to donate to Eliza? Why 0.14 Bitcoin? That's a lot of money, roughly 3.3K USD is as a donation. That's weird. Why is it split into two? Why is the input split into two? Let's go look, shall we? Where it came from. Same pattern, two transactions, one in and one out. Yeah, that's what that was supposed to say. The money is again being split into two. I have listen. First thing that come to mind. Oh, sorry, let's pause right here and say it's my opinion. First thing that comes to mind is that woman that vouches for her story, and I think it's Amanda Jean's her name or whatever. I'll show you something that actually I think it was Chrissy's fiance posted about that. That was a really good find. But anyway, so it says split in two, and again, my opinion. Allegedly, I got no evidence for this. My opinion. So again, it looks like the sole purpose of this was to facilitate one transaction between two parties. And same pattern. Two transactions, one in, one out. This is a bit different though. It has multiple inputs on the transaction. What are these? Why do they split up transactions? Are these burner wallets? And if so, why would you use a burner for a donation? And why would you layer it 3 times when one would do? So I'm going to bring this up. Use a crypto burner wallet. Check out these tips. Only transfer funds to your burner wallet when you intend to process a transaction. Do not store assets in a burner wallet. Benefits of using crypto burner wallets. Using crypto burner, it's easier to use. Knowing that you can use your wallet for specific purposes for afterwards may sound too complex. It's very simple to use. Okay. This is a very odd way of using wallets. I can get one burner wallet that makes you security aware, but 3? Even I'm not that paranoid. I guess this is a good time to talk about batching. Okay? Batching is what when they used to split up the trades. We know for a fact it happened. The initial donation to Eliza, it got split into two. One part Eliza, one and another part to this address. More on that later. Ooh. This is likely the same entity, person, or group who uses all three wallets since one, all three accounts are doing batching. What the hell? Batching. This is very uncommon outside of the payment processor and exchanges, repeating a pattern of one wallet, two transactions, one in, one out, safe to assume. This is as far up the rabbit hole we're going to go for now. Let's do a deep dive and see where the forks lead us. Let's start from the top. That would be this one for those of you with bad memory. We know all that numbers. We will eventually lead us to Eliza. We're going down that fork later. Let's take a short detour first. Would you look at that? Same pattern. Again, two transactions, one in, one out. What's this, though? This is a bit odd. If you look at the transactions going out, batching. Is it possible to batch into a single wallet? Yes, it is. And what are the odds that you will have all of it going into one wallet and not multiple like you normally would for a payment processor? Where are my statistically gifted brothers at? Well, it ain't here. Pretty impressive, almost 50 M USD by today's exchange rate. Now you get why I started this thread with W2F. Quick break. Is that 50 million? I'm scared to click because I might lose my spot. I feel like I have to. $51 million? What? I wish I knew some of these people in life. I mean, dude, I did get a super chat on the 3-hour live stream. Idiot, listen, what did you do this? It's like when I play the lottery. I tell the lady I buy the lottery ticket from, like, it's a rare time. I don't play it all the time. It's like I know it's a shot in the dark. I don't blame her for selling me a busted ticket just the way I do this. I do it because I've done the research, you know what I mean? People come and enjoy it. That's why you want to do it, but you can't expect it. Was that pretty impressive? 50 million by today's exchange. Now I started this with a quick break. Now what do we have here? A treasure trove. That's what? Literally. Look at total sent received. That's a lot of eggs. To be fair, this could be a payment processor, but why go through all the trouble just to hide that? You wouldn't. Total received 45,048,300. Geez, how much is that one? Jeez. What the hell? Look, if you look at that's not 45 million, that's 45 billion. How much did Elon pay for 244 billion? I don't know why I just saw that. I ain't trying to imply nothing there. I just what the hell? At the rate this is going, the 3.3K looks more like a payoff than a donation. For whom? We may never know. For what? Again, we may never know. Kind of hard to believe that this started with Eliza being petty and going too far. If not for banning people, I would never have looked. I know, same, right? Exactly. I wouldn't have either. I wouldn't have done this stream if it wasn't some other creator out there acting like everybody owes them something for all their research. I've done all this. Let me go make sure I say this again. I've showed you everywhere of what I've done. I did those research on my own. That doesn't mean I own it. I showed you threads that people already put together themselves that I went to and read from. Okay, it's all about getting the information out there. I don't own anything. Anybody can take any of my clips from what I've looked up that other people have done, by the way, research I have done, and use it. Where to go from here? Look at the trades in the wallet we left off with. Go back through the trade that led us to the wallet we left off with. Follow the other forks in the main rabbit hole. Go back to the top layer we found and go further to see if I'm boring, so I'm going to start with one. See where it goes. First of all, the wallet has an insane amount of trades and an insane cash flow, as we saw yesterday. Here is what a bit interesting, though. Let's look at one given trade. Look at the second to address. Spot the difference? Me either. Isn't it weird to send money from account X to account X? Is there any payment processor who does this? It's very odd behavior to say the least. Yeah, what the hell? From to. What the hell? Jesus. I don't know why. Again, I don't know why this came to mind. I swear, I want to feel like, Elon, can you just stop messing with crazy people? Lord help him. I know, like if you need a somebody like just to hang out, I keep it an appointment book. I ain't putting nothing online though. I'm a pencil and paper pusher, but like I'm a pretty good bullshit sniffer. I mean, like not in a weird way. I mean, like when people are sketchy, you know, like I think most people are sometimes. But like I think you need one. I think maybe Elon yours could be a little broken. Not trying to be mean here, brother. I mean you're putting rockets in outer space, got the best smart car on the damn planet. Like you got a Skynet out there giving people that live in the hillbillies and the hollers, internet service. Okay, you got the brain smarts, but like I've met people in my life, there's book smart as they come, but don't got a lick of common sense between their ears. Okay, so like you need call me an assistant, call me whatever, dude. You pay me a decent amount of money, and where I'm from, it ain't like what you think in California money, okay? Let me have my little place where I can train a couple security dogs. You're going to need them, I believe, especially you keep doing the Twitter files. And, like, and I'll let you know if I feel like somebody's about to rake you over the Bitcoin coals or something. Because I don't know why I got that. It says, let's look at the other wallet to see what's going on. So roughly $300 sitting and waiting. Looks like a dead end until we have some activity on this one. Same thing as the last one, except this one has roughly 14K. Both only have one transaction, money sitting in the account. What the hell? Now we are getting somewhere. This one has two transactions, both in, one from the treasure trove account and one from a new account. The fact that the money is still sitting isn't this weird because the main transaction is relatively new. Let's look at where this other transaction is coming from. What are the odds batching in what looks like a burner on the other side of the treasure trove? One layer up, same pattern. What is this? Why would you do this? If you're on the up and up, same pattern repeating on next layer up. What? One layer on the same pattern. What is this? Why would you do this? If you're on the up and up, same pattern repeating the next layer up. Shit, this is going to take hours to go through and it's still active. I missed the burner accounts. Poor person. Quick update. Working on an angle to figure out what, that address could be. Looking for any type of visual mapping tool to track the transactions. In the meanwhile, let's talk terminology. Moving forward, I'm going to be labeling the wallets as at least 3 different types. Burner wallet, vault wallet, router wallet. The reason for this is I need to keep track of how the wallets are being used in terms of going back and looking at them. That makes sense. Totally get it. The burner wallet or the type of wallet that typically will be used for 1 to 2 transactions, then not used again. These are wallets, once I'm done with it's unlikely. These are wallets, once I'm done with, is unlikely that I will revisit. The only exception that I can think of right now is if still has funds sitting in them, cold lead. Vault wallets are wallets that have large sums of funds sitting in them. They're distinguished from 3 points. Reasons for these wallets. Well, let's get to the mention the thread in an update in the article I wrote. Yeah, that's how I found it, brother. Saw it, retweet, and reading it currently. Done and done. Okay, so we done? Oh no, good lord, okay. Trying to watch some commercial. Jeez. Man, this dude is this is why the mainstream media is suffering right now, because you have so many like just regular citizens that are doing so much better of a job than these corporations that have $1 million studios and 10 researchers slash and then writers and camera people and all this other stuff, and like not covering these things that are important, and if they do cover something they immediately got to make it political. I mean, I'm sitting here. Anyway, it is what it is. Okay, so I'm reading about something I don't even know nothing about, just because I want to make sure I add it in here because people will know. I know about crypto, stuff like that, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't really know how these wallets work, but whatever. I'm sure other people out there would. Burner wallets, the type of wallets that typically used 1 or 2 transactions, not used again. Okay. Vault wallets are wallets that have large sums of money sitting in them. They're distinguished from point 3. The reasons for they use these wallets to hold more value for whoever's behind this than router wallets. Example, router wallets are somewhat combination of point 1 and 2 in that they will handle multiple transactions, but funds won't be stored here. Why are they different? The wallet could be deactivated from the network without any loss of funds. Example, all the loose ends. Seeing as I don't have a mapping tool, okay, stepping away from it. Seeing as I don't have a mapping tool for tracking at current time and I'm working on an angle for the vault wallet, we're stepping away from this for a bit to try and tie up some loose ends. First, let me explain what we did up to this point in one tweet so you can kind of get the scope of how big this possibly is. We went from Eliza's wallet up to more terminology, the top of the rabbit hole. We then went back down one passageway through a bunch of burner wallets to find the vault, thinking of the vault as an intersection of transactions being done. We then went up from the, I thought he was going to do it one tweet. I'm just kidding. We then went up from the vault through multiple burner wallets and found a router wallet. This is where it gets complex. Now it gets complex. Woo! I was thinking, man, this is just child's play. When's this going to get hard? This is where it gets complex. Every single burner wallet we went through split their transaction into 2 new wallets. So in essence, for each burner wallet I'm following, I'm creating 2 more leads. Jeez. For each burner wallet I'm following. Jeez. And we went through roughly 10. This is like fighting a hydra. For every head you chop off, 2 more appears. I mean, you need to get daggum some ordinary gamer on this shit. Mudahar. That dude is a crypto wallet finding guy. Breakthrough finally found a tool I can use for visualizing what the possible network looks like. Let's get graphical. Learning new stuff is fun. Below is a picture of the network map I'm working on. Some color codes. Red, burner wallets. Green, exit, unrelated. Purple, possibly entry wallet. Updated. Let's talk about this one. Oh, geez. Okay, so let me go back here to my color code again, y'all. I want to take a little screen grab over here. See it off to the side, so sorry. That way I can look at it. Okay, so red is a burner wallet, green is an exit or unrelated, and purple is possibly entry wallet. Okay, so green is exit or unrelated. Red, geez, is the burner wallets. Purple is the possible entry wallet. What's the hell's yellow? Am I blind? I ain't colorblind, y'all. Okay, that's my dad. Oh, what yellow? I don't know. Okay, anyway. This is what I'd expect an exit account to, like an exit account looks like. Notice, get that out of the way. Okay. My little color graphic thing that's not even complete. Notice how this transaction has multiple input and outputs. This is more than likely someone taking money off the blockchain through payment processor. Jesus, Eliza, this story is getting deep. Like, what's going on here? Is that like $1 million? This is $64 million. There's cents in these. Never mind. Scratch that. Okay, there's not in this one. See the three numbers, and I just started going. So that is 1.3 million. Okay, this is 64,000. This is 34,000. Sounds the decimal and the two numbers. 23, 12. Holy guacamole. The hell? Okay. Day 3. Let's start off. Oh, okay. Hey, I didn't see any of this, and I've been researching the crap out of it. To be fair, I've been watching a lot the last couple days of Chrissy Mayer's shows where she's been finding some stuff where she found the free. I had all this stuff pulled to go through. I mean, it might be a later a nighter, but apparently I'm not entertaining right now. People got other shit to watch, and when you do all this research, you at least won't stand one person watching ass. But okay, so day 3. Let's start off by talking about something I did yesterday after logging off. Oh, Lord. I set up a Discord server to start monitoring some of the loose ends we have, mainly that blockchain, whatever. And this one, the reason for this is I want to know if there's movement on this so I can do one of two things: continue following the trail, exclude it from the rest of the network if it breaks a pattern. Smart guy. So I'm so proud of the people that's kind of come out and like done their little parts, and people not looking for clout, and people not going on their streams and screaming at other content creators demanding they thank them, or invite them on their panels, and call them names and accuse them of shit, because if somebody did that, my God. I mean, especially when covering such a serious topic. Could you imagine if somebody went out there and acted like a complete dumbass and started embarrassing themselves? Now, some predictions. Remember this one. It was a transaction that led us to the vault wallet in the first place. My prediction is as follows. I will find similar, if not identical, cells if I go look at the inputs on this trade. So that's what I'll be focusing on today. First, some terminology, because I know we love that. What is a cell in context? A cell is a set of transactions that follow the burner wallet batching technique. they will have one starting off point. For instance, the purple one in the picture. Okay, I need the purple one. I don't need the link. I need the colors. All right, so the purple one, yeah, we got the possible entry wallet. This will also have an exit. The two green ones and possibly the two red ones on the left with the money in them. Okay, so that's the yellow one. Okay, let's look at the transaction. Why don't you tell me what the damn gold one is? Oh, I guess that's the. Well, I would think if the entry, anyways, this was confusing. Well, they also now she's tied up in damn Bitcoin. Okay, so now they will also have an exit. The two green ones and possibly the two red ones left of money. And this is look at the transaction. I'm going to start with input number 1. First transaction was back in July, and last transaction leads back to the vault. At first glance, this looks totally normal. Sure it does. At first glance, this looks like a trader account. It's mainly sending to one account, the vault, all except for one time. Would you look at the batching between the vault and the other account? If this vault is indeed a market maker, this would be odd. Let's explain why. So a market maker is someone who will be buying a given commodity, stock, or crypto. This then turns around and sells it at a later date. If you want to read more upon that, here is a link for how it works. A market maker is a company or person that quotes with a buy and a sell price and a financial instrument held in inventory. Then both buy and sell stocks. Market makers account for the speed with which a market transaction can take place. The difference between bid price and ask price is the market maker spread. Read how they make money. There is no reason I can see that a market maker would split a transaction into two. This makes me curious. Let's go look. I feel like I'm starting to read like a, I just caught myself doing it more. Burner wallet plus batching in and out. I'm gonna make a bold statement here. What we are looking at is an organization we're trying to hide where money is going. Okay, I retract what I said earlier about Elon. I don't think that he's been too it. No, that's a lot of money in that. No. And where am I at right here on this? Right here. I want to show you. Okay, I'm right here next to after the white box and this one. All right, I'm just gonna place it real quick intermittently between this one.
And I hear a boom. Until yesterday, I'm sitting here and I hear a boom. So I come outside and the roof fell off.
That's a gutter, just so we're clear. A gutter. Ain't your roof falling off?
What? I believe in miracles. I need.
Look at this. $50,000 because of winter storm damage. Y'all, I live in the damn South, okay? My cousin Jason hangs gutters. Been hanging gutters for 20 years. Okay?
I'm
trying to catch it.
And the roof fell off.
She's pretty quick with that, showing you about her roof being damn damaged, huh? That's White Street right there. Oh, why did it do that?
Boom. So I come outside and the roof fell off. What? I believe in miracles.
Yeah, that's it. Winter storm, $50,000 worth of damage. Let me tell you something. Fix a damn gutter joint for about $30. Okay, go to YouTube, type in how to fix your gutter, and you get this little joint that you get some putty, some like basically comes in and a trigger gun. It puts out, like, you can put out caulking with it and all that. You put that shit out in there. Put a couple screws in each side of it. Bam, bam. Get you one of you dudes to. I'm gonna tell you something. This is gonna sound bitchy, but I'm gonna do it anyway because I'm a woman. I can do this too. It's amazing to me how she can afford the damn injections in her face. The injections in her face, the 75 pounds of makeup she's wearing. God only knows how much she's paying for that dye job on her hair, but she can't. But she don't know how to figure out how to get a joint to fix her gutter, and then she's gonna say it's gonna cost her 50 grand to do it. I'm gonna just, maybe your roof is damaged. I don't know. Again, I'm being a little like snarky here because I'm watching this person. Look at this. This is Botox face. Look at her eyes. She looked like a damn alien. Look at her hair. She ain't a natural blonde, if any of you men were figuring out. Them ain't her eyelashes. All right, we clear? We clear? My opinion, I'm almost willing to bet them boobs didn't come from the Lord above, okay? They came from Dr. Somebody out there where she's living.
Come outside.
It could be wrong. Look at her face. It does not look... But yep, she can't afford to get that joint for that gutter, and then she's gonna tell you it's gonna cost her 50 grand. But it also looks like she's living in a pretty damn big fuck property. Another two, she does runs from an organization. Remember, that's the one that says she believes Eliza, and then she should be a 501c3, right? Or she should be a nonprofit. You won't tell me this person doesn't apply for grant money? Is that what you're telling me? Or that she doesn't have homeowners insurance? That $50,000 should be at the most a damn deductible. 500, 1,000. This is the shit you do with your thing. Because if you're running a house as a nonprofit, as a place for people to come, I would think insurance would be the number one thing on the list that the government would require you to have, especially if you're asking for any kind of like tax credits or grant money. Again, I'm not an expert. I'm not an accountant. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to roll off my common sense here. Like my common sense tells me that's good. But like, what do you think a nonprofit or a 501c3 or something like that would they, especially if you have people in there, would you need insurance? And if you're hard up, I get it. If you're looking for donations because you're trying to do good work. Now, there's another deep dive into that, by the way, with the Daily Beast said they tried to call her to get a statement, and the number they called was no longer in working service, and one of them, the damn voicemail was full.
Here, and I hear a boom.
Look at this now.
So I come outside, and the roof fell off. What?
See, now this is Eliza. See, in December. Listen, website to donate. Eve's Angels. If you want to hear about how Eve's Angels and Annie Lobert saved my life. We did a spaces together. It might encourage you to donate because without a roof, they can't serve survivors like me. Again, please give $50,000 damage to the roof. They don't make any money from it. You can't tell me that. And then this who's got PayPal. They've got eveangels.org.
I believe in miracles. I need you guys to help me with this miracle.
Look at this. Oh, this is where her parents sued her. But Donwald took the case to police, leading to a criminal investigation into her parents, but no charges. Donwald claims fell apart after her daughter told her grandparents. This woman that you just saw with the damn platinum blonde hair and the Botox face with the fake eyelashes asked for 50 grand for her gutter. She claimed that her parents um, claimed that they had, was it essayed her daughter, whatever. Then her daughter came out. I have to read in that. I think it's in a Daily Beast article. I don't want to speak out of turn. I'll just read this here. Dunwall's claims fell apart after her daughter, meaning the woman you just saw, her daughter, told her grandparents, meaning that woman you just saw, her parents, that Dunwall had told her to fabricate the claims in an attempt to score a, quote, payoff from the grandparents, the appeals court opinion found. The activist was ordered to pay a judgment of more than $47,000 to plus legal fees. I don't know what you think legal fees would be, about $3,000. As of May 2022, appeals court ruling the family was, I don't know what that word is, stalled in settlement talks, with Donovan denying the defamation claims. Wow. So did Amber.
We need to all come together, raise this money, and get this mess fixed.
We ain't got to do shit.
Go to evesangels.org. It's end of year giving. All your money that you donate is tax deductible. We're a 501c3.
See, 501c3. I knew it, man. 501c3. She better have insurance on that damn house. Why ain't she asking for the damn deductible? We're $3,500 short. That means what? They drew $46,500. You kidding me? Of the roof repair. The rain rotted some of the wood. It's wood. Okay. Weird she didn't post any of those pictures. If you'd like to help finish this, the repairs have started and need to be paid by the end of the week. Please donate any amount. We need to get this done before it gets worse.
Please help us. Happy holiday.
Anyway, I don't know why I took a little detour over there. I'll finish up with our burner wallet crypto fund. I'm going to make a bold statement here. What we are looking at is an organization who are trying to hide where money is going. It doesn't stop there. Between April 8th last year and May 16th, they refined their model. In addition to the 3 other type of wallets we have discussed, we have a 4th, so more terminology. Funnel wallet is a wallet that is nearly identical to the router wallet, but instead of splitting into multiple wallets like the router does, this funnels into one. This would be that the account we looked at was only apart from the first transaction deviation, funneling money into one main account. In this instance, the vault. The pink one almost in the center of this pic. Oh yeah, that's pretty obvious. Jeez. What the hell is going on here? This story just gets weirder and damn weirder and damn weirder. Let's talk more about that wallet. Every single transaction is a single input, meaning only one sender. Don't believe me? Check it. I believe you. I ain't gonna check all that. I don't even know what it says anyway. Now, I'll be starting chronologically, meaning oldest transaction to the youngest, another possible vault. As a matter of fact, every single transaction, apart from one, is coming from the wallet. Jeez. Here's the crazy part. Well, that ain't crazy enough. This wallet shares at least one thing in common with the other wallet we found. The common denomination? Looping transactions. Look at the input on this and input NR10, same number. Look at the common looping transaction. Look at the input on this and input NR10. Okay. I don't know what I'm looking at. Shh. Just acting like I know what he's saying. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there he is. No, I know. I think he's talking about going up there and looking at input. You know, in R10, the same number up here. But I ain't going to do all that. I trust him. Update. I don't even know him. But hey, I better long-standing reputation than old Eliza does. All right, update to the map follows. Updating the scale on the arrows so it's easier to follow where the money comes from and where it goes. The wallet discussed above is the yellow one down in the left side corner. Oh, hell. Look at this. We gonna damn have a kaleidoscope before this shit's all done. Now it's time to get serious. We were just messing around before. Now it's time to get damn serious. You hear me? Yeah, hear me? Okay. Oh, you can tell I've been on here for a hot minute. My butt's starting to hurt. I ain't gonna lie. Jeez. Okay. Alright, okay. Time to start getting from here on out. I'll be using the follow the money and the crypto network to relate to this case. Well, Lord help you, honey, because you know more about it than I do. So I trust you. All right, so we got this chick logged into damn crypto. How much money she been taking from everybody? I swear, for some reason, I think it has to do with Mealy Mouth over here. It has to do with this lady that was asking for $50,000 for a gutter. All right. Are you do the same and retweet, comment the post? Trimming my timeline. I'll be devoting most of my time to this from here on out. Well, Lord bless you. That means I need to remove other distractions and I don't want a clogged timeline. Well, that's nice. There you go. Okay, so I will not be using other hashtags that's related to what Fair Balance is doing, as this is tangentially related to it, and I don't want to flood those hashtags with info that isn't directly related to that case. Alright. Don't get me started on trimming my timeline. I will be devoting most of my time to this here on out. That means I need to remove other distractions, and I don't want a clogged timeline. Okay, so I will not be using other hashtags that's related to what Fair and Balance is doing, as this will be tangentially related to it, and I don't want to flood those hashtags. That's not related. Okay, was this not related to her? What was he using before? I don't know. Anyway. Working on a Discord server that will be made public for this. If you have any experience on running or moderating servers and want to help, comment below or DM me. We'll also create a new thread on this to continue the work. You know, he's got to have done more. I'm scared to click on this. I might lose all my shit. Oh, well, that didn't work. Okay. No, they know that. Okay, hang on. After some intel gathering exploring the blockchain, I've finally gotten the missing piece of the puzzle. Let me try to explain this best I can. The best way of looking at this is to compare it to cash, and it's going to get a bit technical. Lord help us, I've spent a lot of time on this, but I was trying to find it to the end like it's anyway. If you have $16 in cash, you don't have a $16 bill. It would be, for instance, be a $10 bill plus $5 bill plus $1 bill. Okay, get it? On the blockchain, this would look something like something splitting money into two because that's what you're doing in essence. It's also explained a weird loop I found in one of the wallets and related to this. He's talking about if you had 20 and you wanted to pay Johnny 10, you'd give him the 20 and receive 10 back. Yeah, get change. Now, what? And then he's saying this also explains a weird loop unrelated to this. Now, what kind of statement can we derive from this? Whenever we run across the pattern, one input, two inputs, we know one of these things are being done. Money is being split up into two and changing hands, meaning the outputs are two separate entities. Money is being moved into output 1, and the UTXO goes to a new address, output 2. What the hell are they doing? Money is being moved into output 2, and then the UTXO goes to a new address, output 1. What the actual jack of all trades is going on? Now, what kind of statement can we derive from this? When we run across a pattern input once we know. You learn something new every day. Jeez, this dude's digging deep. Alright, so anyway, let me try to get back to. And this is another thing. This is what I'm talking about. And I know this is long, and I apologize. Anybody runs into this. I feel like it's so important to put all this in one spot. And I wasn't even going to do this because I was watching other people do it, like I mentioned at the very beginning. And something kind of got into my skin today, and I was just like, listen, I've dug up a lot of this shit too, so whatever. Okay. So this is where that YouTube channel I had showed you that I had dug up. This is where that is. It's in her name. 100 subs. Joined November 13th of 2009. Beauty versus me. Who will win? Stay tuned. I'll tell you again. November 13th, 2009. Look, links. Life of a video vixen. And I showed you that. I showed you. Oh, I ain't gonna shut that down. That's what I think. As I was starting to think about where'd she get her name. I found this. This is Linda Davis. She has a boutique, and this was I think what this was. It said that she started 2017. And yeah, look, 7/10 of 2018, she came on for the 1 year birthday, so that means it was started in 7 of 2017. And look at the name of her boutique. The name of her boutique is Eliza Bleu, so spelling same way. I just thought that was curious, but lucky me, because everybody else is doing all the digging up of all this information. We're all just robbing it from one bird, apparently. Oh my God, just shut up. This shit pisses me off. So, can't find it. Did I shut it? I would have shut that down because that took me a minute to get to. This is all this other stuff I'm doing. I need to get rid of him too. I don't want to be looking him up. Yeah, that's her. I think what was McGowan thing? Get rid of that too. It's showing that dating thing. That's an important article right there. I gotta get to that. It doesn't really matter. So as a man's a gene person. Look at that face up on there. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, anyway, so yeah, I'm just
together, raise this money, and get this mess
fixed. They're putting that money together, weirdly. That's that article from Dad. That this article goes on to talk about some stuff. I'm gonna give them. Let's read some more. Okay. Ugh. Well, that's that video, Vixen. I took you and just showed you that where she had posted all them in 2012 and then 2013, where she linked all the I really want to find that. There it is. Dadgum. This thing. This is the video Vixen thing that she did. That's what that's talking about. The video Vixen. I mean, that's just where she was talking about it, posting it in all the videos and acting like, oh, I'm so ashamed. She made a whole blog about it, and I mostly low budget music videos. YouTube playlist that appears to have been compiled by Blue herself shows her gyrating in videos from 2012 to 2013 with song titles like Feeling Myself. In 2012 video Blue posted on YouTube, she filmed herself calling her mother. Oh, that's where I was trying to go. I'm sorry. This is her calling her mom. To brag about the videos.
Hi guys, welcome to your first.
You know the one she took Brittany Vintney down and said she was posting non-consensual shit about. Well, this is Eliza Sepp talking about that non-consensual video she's so proud of. She's proud she calls and asked her mom if it's cool, if she likes it.
Of Life of a Video Vixen via video. I wanted to give my mom a phone call. She just called me, so let's hope to God she picks up.
By the way,
I want to see.
Uploaded on her own channel 10 years ago, November 20th of 2012. Okay, we all following? But she can't remember her login credentials to get to her own daggum YouTube page. Still leave this up.
See what she has to say about me being in music videos. So let's just give her a call.
Oh, and I'm going to insert this real quick because I know it's in the middle of everything, but I find it awful hilarious. I will say this, man. As much shit as YouTube gets, YouTube right now is the W. Got the big W. Because as people are getting silenced on Twitter and banned off Twitter and suspended on Twitter for talking about this lady and calling her on her bullshit and kind of showing all the receipts for kind of the stuff she said versus other things she said. Let me tell you something. YouTube has been the, like it should be, and I hope YouTube takes a lesson from this. This is why it's so important, which they loosen up on some of these kind of more ridiculous, in my just personal opinion, some of these words, because like it's hard for me to do what I do when I can't say certain words, even though I'm market not, this isn't really meant for kids, even though I know it hurts me, especially, by the way, thank you, Jesus, I got monetized actually, like, they got them to verify I am who I am. When you saw me with the blockchain shit, I make shit up. But YouTube has got like the W on this because this is a platform where people actually have to come out and get to raise awareness for what she's been doing. So I don't think I've heard anybody say it. I give W's where I see them. I call people out when I need, or I feel like I need to call people out too. But on this one, YouTube is why this information's getting out. It's just the truth. Okay, so this is her calling her mom to brag about these same videos she's taking people down on Twitter for and saying, Mom, you like my videos? This is it.
Hello? Hey, Mom, what are you doing?
Remember, she took people off Twitter for this.
I just got off work. I saw that you tried to call or you sent me a text message, so I thought I'd try to call you back.
Well, yeah, I was just calling you because I wanted to get your feedback and see what you thought about me being in music videos.
Being in a music video?
Yeah, about me being in music videos. You know how I started being in music videos and I started a blog about it.
Hold on, can you repeat everything? Because I had to turn my phone off. I couldn't hear you.
Did you turn it up?
Yeah, I turned it up.
Okay, I just wanted to see what you thought about me being in music videos.
That's fine. You've done music videos before.
I know, but what do you think about it?
That's all right. You've done music videos before. Remember, this was November of 2012.
I enjoy it. I think it's fun. You've always loved music. You love to dance. You like to have fun. I think it's fun.
Have you watched a couple of the music videos that I was in?
Yeah, I've watched a few of them.
You told me that you thought they were funny, right?
Well, they're funny because they're so stereotypical of what you'd expect that type of video to be.
Right.
Stereotypical of what you expect it to be.
Right. Like party and whatever.
Yeah, a lot of parties, a lot of girls in short skirts, shaking their booties.
Do you think
Calling her daughter hoochie?
I look too sexy?
I don't think it's possible to look too sexy.
You don't think it's possible to look too sexy? So if I could be in anybody's music video, who would you have me be in?
Dem Franchise Boys.
Dem Franchise.
Okay, so you get what I'm saying here. You get what's going on. So this is what that is. That's it. By the way, just so we're clear and everybody can see, this is what people were talking about, that she made her own playlist. Because I want everybody to be able to see this. I'm sure people have already found this before, but again, information is important when people are doing this stuff. And I don't lay claim to any of it. By the way, you look, she subscribed to these two, or she has subscription to those two channels. Just found that kind of interesting. I didn't mean to click on that one, but all right. Well, there we go. Music videos, whatever. So this is that one. This is the list that everybody was kind of talking about, that she'd made herself. So you can probably better believe she's in all of them, and you can see her. But if you look, these things were posted, looks like twice, right? So they were posted 2 times, except for this one. So those. A Million Ways to Love You, Ain't Me. Well, that's fitting. Ain't me. I'm feeling myself, and ain't me. I didn't do none of that. Not who I am. And I think this is, yeah, it's Ain't Me. I'm feeling myself again. There is more. But it is what it is. So this, another way you can find that out. Okay, so this goes on. Filmed herself calling her mom, only to discover her mom was happy for her. So again, this is somebody that says she couldn't find no sport, didn't know who to go to when all that shit was happening for California and in Chicago. Then she comes out later and says, oh, they knew everything, whatever. In the video, Blue told her mother, I'm going to read a little bit faster because my God, my butt is hurting in this chair. Blue told her mother she wanted to become a music video dancer because her childhood immersed for Fly Girls. Blue also gave interviews about the video Vixen lifestyle in 2016. Blue speaking in a markedly different voice than the one she used earlier media appearances, and the one she uses today, claimed that she had rejected an offer to have sex with a client for $150,000. That's another thing that people find strange, is that if she was, I'm gonna leave that there. Listen, you understand. It's a nice offer, but it's not me. Still, it appears that Blue may have engaged in some kind of sex work around this time. In one interview, Blue advertised her account on a now defunct... Okay, listen to this. Listen to this. It still appears that Blue may have engaged in some kind of sex work around this time. Now, if that's what you're doing, you're going to tell me you're going to turn down $150,000? When an earlier in an interview, she said she was sold. First, she was sold for $500. Then it was that she worked for $500. She got $150,000. Okay. Blue advertised her account in one interview. Blue advertised her account on a now defunct Cam Girl website where men could pay money to talk with her. Around 2016, Wenzel claims that Blue asked her to join her. This is another thing people were kind of like losing their minds over, which is understandable. Ugh. It says 2016, Wenzel claims that Blue asked her to join her as an escort, promising that Wenzel could make up to 500. This is weird British number in a night, an offer that stunned Wenzel and her husband. She was absolutely loving it, Wenzel said. She was bragging about it, saying she was making so much money. Blue later suggested that sex workers with a pimp might qualify as trafficking victims. See, this is where she's like, smearing these words together, wadding them up, and be like, this is the problem, right? Because, of course, there are situations where that is, where where if what you qualify as a pimp is somebody that has women that are he's what the word says, pimping out to do this stuff with men, and the women have to come back and they give him all their money, and all he does is basically provide him a room with a roof over it, and 3 square meals a day, then that is, I mean, that is uh I would say, I don't know, I guess it's how you define it. Like, maybe I'd say that's kind of like more of like a sex slave. And, because trafficking implies that you're bringing somebody somewhere, right? That you're trafficking them out. But I mean, I guess that could qualify, in some circles for sure. I could see that, depending on, maybe uh, certain qualifiers, whatever. There's a way to look at that, but I don't think that's again what this digging into her is what that's what you see, right? Though Wenzel said she didn't meet any pimp or trafficker. See, here's again, remember the friend for 20 years. Wenzel said she didn't meet any pimp or trafficker when she socialized with Blue, be it an unnamed high profile athlete or otherwise. Remember, this is when she said she was living on the gang line, and I showed you what park she was supposed to living in. With no gang line, okay? It was like mansions, Anyway, she is very powerful, very smart, intelligent woman. I will not discredit her for that, Wenzel said. She knows exactly what she's doing. And I covered the Johnny Depp, or I watched the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. I mean, and you know, usually that people know kind of what they're doing in the situations. You have to, in order to kind of manipulate people. If that's what you're doing. So you can be a survivor of human trafficking and also also be engaged and date. Shocking, I know. Of course you can be a survivor. Like, what the hell? Okay, as proofs that she was trafficked, Blue often cites organizations she says saved my life. Eve's Angels. That's the video I showed you a while ago with the gutter / $50,000 roof damage. This really gets me. A Christian nonprofit that serves sex trafficking victims and women seeking to leave the commercial sex industry. If that lady's using God to lie to people, using the Lord's name so she looks more legitimate with her big old Botox face and fake eyelashes and platinum blonde hair, and she's out here again, ain't nothing wrong with that as long as you're not also trying to, tell people you need $50,000 worth of roof repairs because you're paying for that shit. And her telling Blue living in her gangland apartment in 2013, desperate to leave her traffickers, contacted Eve's Angels. Yeah, this is what this story is. This is one for the records. After discovering founder Annie Donwald through a YouTube video. Wait a minute. See, this is another one of these twisted up ones, right? Living in her gangland apartment in 2013 and desperate to leave her traffickers. Contacted see how they did the hyping thing. So in her telling, Blue contacted Eve's Angels after discovering founder Annie Donwald through a YouTube video. In another recent tweet, Blue claimed to have found the group via a web address and a Bible the group left at a strip club. Now, that's the Pink Bible. The group soon spirited Blue away from her traffickers and into a safe house 3 states away. Now, listen to this. In her account, Blue claims she briefly returned to her traffickers after that escape, but eventually escaped the traffickers' clutches for good around 2014. She tells in that one story that it was a Jordan Peterson video, that she loved the intellectual dark web and all that whole group and all that. She brought up all of them. It's weird, okay? 'Cause she brings up Kanye West to Rose McGowan. She's brought up Kanye, like she told Rose McGowan Kanye West called her. Donwald defended Blue from skeptics earlier this month, tweeting that Blue is the real deal. I believe you as far as I fling that gutter. But like Blue, Donwald's claims about sex trafficking in her own life have come under scrutiny. In 2018, Donwald's parents and brother filed a defamation suit against Donwald and Eve's Angels. While Donwald and her children were living with her family members in Michigan, Donwald parents confronted her about her treatment of her daughter. According to the lawsuit response, Donwald and her group accused her parents of essaying and trafficking children, according to a 2022 appeals court opinion. Holy shit. This is where this stuff just goes and goes. And my God, I feel like I've been going for 900 years. But like I just went over crypto shit. People are digging into this and it's just getting deeper. It's like getting to the bottom of the pit, finding the gravel, and daggum trying to get to the center of the Earth's core. I mean, this is how deep this stuff is. Jesus. Dunwald took the case to police, leading to a criminal investigation into her parents, but no charges. Dunwald's claims fell apart after her daughter told her grandparents that Dunwald had told her to fabricate the claims in an attempt to score a payoff from the grandparents. Again, are these people you want to trust? The appeals court opinion found. There's the dang appeals court opinion. May 26th of 2022. Robert Dunwald, Kathleen Dunwald, and Robert Dunwald Jr. Damn, that was her parents and her brother. When you're willing to throw those kind of people under the bus for a quick payday, I mean, I don't know what you'd be willing to do to a stranger you're asking to fix your roof. Oh, my God. Defendant Ann Dunwald is the president, CEO, and founder of Defendants Eve's Angels, a nonprofit entity dedicated to combating sex trafficking. Plaintiffs are Ann's parents, and one of Ann's brothers. According to the complaint, Ann and her children resided with. Oh shit! She lived with them. Ann and her children. When she got resided with her parents, and her brother and his family lived next door. Anne moved out after her parents confronted her about her treatment of her daughter. So they confronted her. Following her departure, Anne and Eve's Angels made allegations to the police. Remember, she's the owner of Eve's Angels. It's not like she did it and then tried to use her organization to bolster the claim. I don't know. That's weird. Public presentation of social media that plaintiffs had essayed her. Jeez, made allegations of public presentation. So, what the hell? Abused her minor son. Her brother's minor son, and another grandchild. Jeez, man. Parents let you live with them. Here you go. Raise you all the way up. Yeah, you hurt all these kids, your grandkids. Oh, Lord. Sorry. Ugh. Parched. I got this aloe juice I had to order. Got the little chunks of aloe in there. Stuff's pretty good if you've never had it. So, holy crap. I never really read through this. I knew this has happened. And I knew the gist of it, but a criminal investigation ensued, resulting in no charges. Anna's daughter eventually informed plaintiffs that Anna had instructed her to confirm Anna's accusations. So you gotta be careful on this, because if you look at it right here, it says it's claiming that she made allegations to the police and public presentation on social media that plaintiffs had SA'd her minor son, but it was her daughter that blew the whistle. So she tried to accuse him of doing something to her son, but it was her daughter that eventually told the plaintiffs that Anna had instructed her to confirm Anna's what? Anna's daughter eventually informed plaintiffs that Anne had instructed her to confirm Anne's accusations for the purpose of extracting a payoff from her parents. Plaintiffs sued the defendant for defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress. I mean, I'd say so. Getting accused of doing this to your grandkids. Plaintiffs were unable to effectuate personal service, so they were granted alternate service by publication. They were granted alternate service by publication. Defendants never responded. So she never responded. And on February 19th of 2019, the trial court entered an order of default judgment in favor of plaintiffs in the amount of $33,481 plus $10,329 in attorney fees. You want to do the math on that? About $44,000 roughly about. Defendant moved to set aside the default judgment, but they failed to. Defendants moved to set aside. So her parents tried to set aside the default judgment. They failed to appear for the attended April 24, 2019 hearing, and the trial court denied the motion. The trial court issued a subpoena on February 12, 2020, directing Anne to appear and produce financial documents for a debtor examination set for March 25, 2020. But that proceeding was substantially adjourned as a result of the COVID-19 health crisis. The trial court issued another subpoena for a debtor examination required Anne to appear and produce certain financial documents for July 23, 2020. No proceeding took place on the latter date, however, and the record. Okay, I'm going to go get into that. You get the point. Jeez. No one took the case to the police, leading a criminal investigation. Both activists was ordered to pay more than $47,000 plus legal fees. Didn't see that part. Maybe I didn't read enough of it. Legal fees, I thought it was like 44, a little over 44 with the legal fees. But as of May 2022 appeals court ruling, the family was still stalling the settlement talks, with Don Juan denying the defamation claims. Don Juan did not respond to requests to comment. Eve's Angels did not return an email, and 2 phone numbers attached to the charity were either not in service or went directly to full voicemail inbox. That's not good business practice. Hey, I need help. This is where you go. This is what I feel Eliza do. This is where you call for help. They help me. Oh my God, call this number. The number you have reached is no longer in service. Call the second number. Hurry up, Margaret. Hurry up. Hi, this is Eve's Angels. Please leave a message. Burp. The mailbox you have reached is full. You know, that kind of shit. Yeah, that's a great way. Jeez. Blue emerged as a public figure, server advocate. A few weeks into the pandemic, we're in the April 2020 article, the conservative Daily Wire, the pandemic lockdowns are worse SA or ST. You get it. Within 2 years, she would amass a large profile through Twitter, right-wing podcasts, culminating her alliance with Musk. In December, Blue aided Musk in the campaign against Twitter's former head of trust and safety, Yoel Roth, who seemingly angered the billionaire after resigning in November. Linking to a 2010 tweet by Roth that read, "Can high school students ever meaningfully consent to sex with their teachers. Like, of course, that's so creepy to people because they're minors. Anyway, so this explains a lot. Ms. replied, while the controversy ignited January 6th when she appeared Temple's video stream during the show. Blue blamed to represent two anonymous survivors of Andrew Tate, the kickboxer turned king of talks, blah, blah, blah. Some of Tate's most rabid fans and other right-wingers began Blue's backstory. Man, why can't you just, I wish people would just leave stop doing the digs here. It's just unnecessary. Just if people are lying or bad, just say it. Stop trying to divide everybody with all this political bullshit. Like, it's like, come on. Those outfits in the video were provocative, I'm to say the least. But didn't feature nudity. Yeah, that's what happened. We'll skip this because I'm getting damn tired. Twitter's an outstanding job and will be excluded from legal action. Ass kissing is what we call that down here in the South. Ella Irwin, Twitter's head of trust and safety. Brown nose. In the past 2 weeks, she spanned multiple accounts. Of course she did. But Blue's critics have not been placated, especially after contemporaneous clips of Blue's Elijah No. I'll tell you, so let me just show you something now listen, this is what's kind of stuck out to me with some of the stuff I've showed you. Where does it get to where in this article it talks about where she worked, I think it was like 2019, she worked at an elderly home or something to that effect. I'll find it in a minute. Can't answer the questions. Sure. The Blues critics not be placated, especially in comparison clips. Blue. Okay, so yep, 20 year Blue did right wing pundit Michael Malice. That's the one we looked at already. Okay, the expensive definition. That's when you start getting to Epstein. Okay, so let me go through this. That's that one I watched with the. I want to make sure people can see this if they need to go look and find this information. Here we go. That's the name of the thing. Right, as you see, I'm taking this crap down as I go because I don't need it. I'm so tired. I could feel my eyes falling. Okay, that's that whole thing I did. So this is that Ritter spool. If you go to an Open Secret on Twitter, they have this whole spool that you can open up and look at. Okay, and so this is that video of lady right there with the gutter problem, and this is same thing, but then she's grifting for. But she had good permissions. They were, nude pictures, nude images, which is not the truth. It's not what they were. And we've already showed you that, okay? So, get rid of that. That's this article. If you go look at AmericaCrimeJournal.com, and it's called the Eliza Lies, with the real Eliza, please stand up. American Crime Journal. See those paperclip and really good pictures and stuff. That's good stuff. We'll shut that down. Okay. Now this is the one. Again, I don't want anybody. Let me get this off. We'll talk about anybody harassing anybody. This is not what this is for. I did this to show that her parents seem like really good people. And in the article it says that she went to work for like an old folks home. This is called Visiting Angels, which is kind of weird because her little buddy that she says validates her was what Eve's Angels. This is called Visiting Angels. This is in the Quad Cities where their farm is and where her family lives. And this is who's the owner? Betsy Morthland is the owner. Her mother owns this Visiting Angels Quad Cities home health care facility. Her mom owns that. So I wonder where Eliza worked. Um, but do not mess with people. It's all public information. I ain't, you know, if you just look up, I think it's like the third or fourth article. If you just Google her name, okay. So here's, it's free. There's somebody else on the internet posing as a free speech person and then threatening to take people out every damn night. But yeah. Okay. Have to look at that later. Gotta shut some of this down. Yeah, we looked at that. This is the NBC article where they went over how those hashtags were not removed the way that she claimed that they had been removed at the time that she had tried to claim it for Elon. Oh, they're doing this, and these hashtags have been eliminated. And this is a whole article about how that wasn't what happened. They were still, on Twitter, blah, blah, blah. I mean, again, they've done some improvements. They're trying to working to get off of whatever, but what her claim was not done. It was not true. Okay, so this is where you can find this. This was written January 6, 2023 by NBC News, and that's what it's called. Okay, I think most people know this stuff. I think the mom and the home health thing, that's probably not. I haven't seen that anywhere, but maybe it's out there. This is the Quartering did a whole thread on some of the stuff that he had found in her videos and all that stuff. Because he was one of the people that was removed off Twitter, and came back with a vengeance, just like when it was first posted. This is where it gets weird. Okay, this is where I'm gonna get weird. This is that Eliza knows, like, podcast she does, and a lot of people play like the front portion of it, but I want you to listen to this because I find, and I hope I get it, because I don't. If I put my mouse on this thing and try to back it up, it's a damn nightmare. I just want you to hear the host asked her, because she talks about all these things she's done and all these photo shoots she's been in and where she's modeled and all that. And she's like, "Oh, if you had your chance to go do it for anybody else, where would you do it?" Well, she names this one, like magazine or whatever, that does like more hip stuff, and like used to work. The photographer used to work at Vogue or something like that. And then she says this.
Collaborate with Kanye West. I would love to be the lead. I mean, shit, if I'm just dreaming out loud, I would love to be like the lead model for a Kanye West show. I really admire what he's done, just not only sonically, but visually. Like, he's just, I mean, I know he's crazy, but so am I. So it's like,
he's a Gemini, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
You got it, girl. Yes, I mean, I feel Kanye, you know what I'm saying? Like,
of course you do.
Not in a super fan, not in like a super fan.
See what people talk about her accent? And she does now, like, it's just obvious.
Type of way, it's not
in a
like
Gemini
that.
crazy way.
Yes, it's like when he tweets out and like does the most, I feel it because I do that on a daily.
And so that's her, like, kind of like singing Kanye's praises, right? So again, that's just in that interview, right? I told you about the Eliza Bleu Talk of the Town in the boutique, and when it was out in 2017. Again, spelt the exact same way. I just found that interesting. I'm not trying to claim anything there. I'm just saying, like, where'd you get your name? Again, shout out to these two Reddit things. I'm not trying to scroll down it because I swear it pops up my computer. There's so much information on Reddit, apparently. There's that Reddit post. Then here's this is the My Chemical Romance one, where she pissed off this community. Let me go on and just tell you, this community is not singing this girl's praises, all right? I'm sure there's a handful of people, let me clarify. Not every single one of them. All right. There's a large portion of this fan base that did not care for her. This is the interview that she did with Epoch Times. And I'm going to go and tell you, Epoch Times, I've been paying for your daggum subscriptions for, your articles for 2 years, and I haven't probably looked at an article you produced in 2 years. I think I paid for it to look at one article back in the day, and I've not really looked at it. So not to you. You do great work. It's just that, so if you get mad at me for playing the clip of this, you spare me. But anyway.
Grooming in my case looked like an abuser finding out my vulnerabilities. He knew I wanted to be famous. He knew I wanted to get out of the farm life that I was growing up in. So he played off that.
Today I sit down with Eliza Bleu, a child sex...
It's so bad. It's so bad.
He told me I'd be a model and a rock star, and I believed him. Almost right away. So I moved to Los Angeles when I was a minor, and almost right away I was sex trafficked.
So she tells this portion of the story again, where she moved there and she was a minor, but a lot of the story here has a lot of problems. So if you want to break this down, this is on the Epoch Times. Here it is. This is when it was done. This is a July 28, 2022 interview, and it is it's got a lot of discrepancies in it as well. But again, remember, this one right here is the one that, to me, what I found, there might be some out there, that she probably gave the most details about, that you can kind of like line up and try to figure some stuff out with. And I would give this woman some love. She did a lot of good interviews and stuff. It looks like was really dedicated to her work. And for whatever reason, she's not produced another one in a while. But, hope she's all right. Sending her love to her. That's a whole nother podcast she did. A lot of controversy came out because of some of the stuff she said about minors, and yet kind of what she pretends to advocate for. This is, again, that story about what the band members said about kind of what happened. A lot of people liked it. And again, she did during when she was there, My Chemical Romance stuff. And sorry, but I cannot. It's like a Tumblr kind of deal. I'll try to. I won't shut this one down in case comment below if you want that. I'll try to link it to you down below. That's the original. Oh yeah, I can do this here. The original. Well, no, because this is the other one. This is the personal lives of the band. So this is that person writing the same thing I just showed you. There's a 2007 one where they talk about the fans, and this is it. There's the name of it. I'm not okay.net, my chemical website fan base. This was posted June 5th of 2007 at 5:42 by Bess is Yoda. You can see what that says, scene, a 33-year-old female. Okay, so there's where you can find that, because I don't own any of this information. I did dig the shit out of it, just so we know. Another Tumblr thing, the only thing I found that was really kind of important about this is when she tries to claim that story she wrote was because of she was hacked. A person down in the comment section said, "No, you're not. This is where you can find that information." See right here. She was hacked. Eliza, honey, I still have the MP3 file of you discussing said literary masterpiece in Hey Chris radio show circa 2008. So don't even go there. Okay, so there's that. Leave that one up to you. That's kind of hard to find. Okay, so this is the Rose McGowan interview, and I want to play this. I like Rose, but I find it something that's interesting. I have all these notes over here. You go. Here's fun. She asked Rose, how to, oh, this is, I can get the timestamp of this.
Well, I can't mute my.
But
not on that's listening to this that would do this. But people that are like, I was bullied so terribly to speak up on behalf of other people that hadn't spoken up yet. But I was being bullied by their advocates. They're not valued as much as somebody with a million followers is a great tragedy and speaks so much to me about our society and and how we value things and how we see things. I mean, even down to the word followers on Twitter, I've always disliked that word. I don't like the idea of that. I don't know what other word I'd use. MAGA, oh, it's untrue. And just being an awake person, that's the price. You pay a price for being awake. You really do in this life. But the benefit of that,
go ahead and share the space because I don't want anybody to miss it. And if you missed any part of this conversation, it's being recorded so you can listen to it afterwards. That's one of my favorite thing about spaces is it's just I love this style because it's just I feel like it's kind of effortless. Doesn't take a lot of work and it's just chill. And I also love I love that I don't have to worry about how I look.
I love that I don't have to be on camera. I love it.
Me too. I didn't have to do my makeup. I definitely want to talk about the corporate press, but if you have suggestions to anyone that's thinking about getting into Hollywood, I don't even know if that's still a thing anymore. I don't pay attention to it, but becoming an influencer, a survivor that steps forward in the public,
right.
any of this, what would you?
Notice she started out with becoming an influencer. If you have any information on telling people how to basically get famous, she started out with an influencer and then followed it up with an advocate. Oh, I better say that advocate part out loud. I want to look at. Okay, so I've got a couple more notes. I'm not gonna but I'm gonna get to this one. Because I think this is interesting too. Sorry with these Twitter spaces, you kind of got to do this. Unless there's a better way and I'm just not aware of it.
Out of that. And hey, I was iced out when I had put Fox News on. But for me, I was on with a woman named Tammy, which I would reply, look at that. Why is it so threatening? Why is it so threatening to talk to other, so to speak? Why is that so threatening? Could it be that you're in a cult? Because that's real cult-like behavior. And I think having a deep ideology on either side is quite cult-like, and I would know. I don't know.
Rose, this is going to be a wild card question and probably seeming out of left field, but to me it makes sense. And if you don't feel comfortable answering, we can move on. What are your thoughts on Kanye West? Before, I'll just give you a second to think. While he was kind of going through the weeds of literally everything lately, he reached out. He found folks that had my information through an independent journalist and reached out. And
I understand what she just said. She asked him what she thinks about it and then said that he reached out. And then continues on with saying basically he found an independent journalist that could reach her. And know who she's been hanging around a lot with? The writer for Tim Pool. Who did he go on to show with and kind of show his ass and then kind of walk off? And then he sent that writer out to interview Kanye. And now who was with Eliza? Now she's on here with Rose talking about how he found an independent journalist and reached out to her. So she's telling Rose McGowan right now that Kanye West contacted her.
And extremely positive energy, positive message of support. I was really taken back. Cares a lot about what I'm talking about, and I was excited about that. But I just wonder because I see he's somebody that's.
I gotta go thought because I'm getting tired. But I think that's pretty daggum interesting that that she asked that other brought up Kanye in that Eliza Knows interview. If I could shoot with anybody, it'd be a runway model for anybody. It'd be it'd be Kanye West, and then here's the one that's the story where she does the "Commit Me Already," and she goes in and talks about. I mean, it's in depth. It is in depth. That's what I meant by that other person. God bless her, but tried to read this. She skipped over huge chunks of it. I mean, huge chunks of it. Because again, I'm sure for time, but oh, I need to retract. They're not huge, but like she didn't read it all. Like there's parts of it that she didn't read. But if you're looking for that, that's on this right here. Look that up. Get it. .livejournal.com. Okay, so that's where you would find this. There's that live journal, and then .com. So this .livejournal.com. By the way, making sure I'm spreading all where I found all my information. Again, I found this Wikipedia article helpful because again, she said that I'm trying to tie her down to time frames. She said that whenever she started talking to Jared and Gerard Way on My Chemical Romance and went out and started. I mean, it's literally she messed with this dude for like 2 years trying to like. To me, it feels like trying to kind of like convince him to date her. While he had a girlfriend and he kept turning her down. So then she got with close to the brother and hanging out with the brother and all that. But she uses a time frame there where she says that he had just started they had just become an opening act for a really huge band. And right here you see beginning of 2005, and it goes on to say the band also was the opening act for Green Day on their American Idiot tour. That's why I have this open. Okay, so shut that down now. Watching this shit in real time. Open Secrets again on Twitter. I did a really long thread about it. This is that Wicker Park video that I did that I showed you. This is one that I was going to play. This was on Chrissy's show, and this guy talks about here. I'll just play some of it because I needed the break, and these are just some. Chrissy did a really good job. She like had the ex-boyfriend call in, and I talk about her.
That after developing a rapport with Eliza, she said she would come on my channel. She would do it because that's one of my big things.
So what he just said on the stream is that he is a Freemason, and that they were going to raise money for a charity this year, and they had decided they were going to do it on like trafficking, and so because he kind of already knew Eliza, or whatever, reached out to her, and so they did the fundraiser thing for her. Okay, so this is how it.
Just talking about sexual trafficking. I always point to the Avicii video, For a Better Day, and show you why he was killed. It's because he showed that. He talked about that. So I'm a big advocate for that. So I'm going to share with you some stuff. So we decided that we were going to raise money for her because she always talks about how she's always so broke and she doesn't do this for money. She doesn't do this for anything. So we thought, okay, our theme is sexual trafficking. And we're going to have her be the recipient. So she wrote us this email. I'm going to read it to you. Dear Lindbergh,
oh boy.
Lodge number 822. Hello, my name is Eliza. I'm a survivor.
I wonder if I can pause this and zoom it. Was that helpful? God, no, I can't. But this email was written December 19th, 2021. So this is a month. This is the next month after she's. Actually, no. This is just. This is just maybe 6 months after the GoFundMe for the Freedom Fest. So 2020, 2021, a lot of grifting going on these 2 years to get started.
And she's really good at keeping the money rolling in.
So I can't zoom in.
Years old, but I was sex trafficked at age 17. Human trafficking.
But also, I'm just going to let Mickey explain it.
Survivor advocate for those affected by human trafficking. I am also a survivor of human trafficking. I am now 40 years old, but I was sex trafficked at age 17. My particular vulnerabilities that made me susceptible to this was the fact that I trusted everyone. I was homeschooled and I thought everyone was a good person. My former abusers groomed me for a long time. Once that initial trauma was there, I carried it with me for many years. Much like with a domestic violence relationship, I developed trauma bonds with my abusers. Leaving wasn't easy, and it took a long time. Today, I am a free woman. Now I'm a survivor advocate. I serve survivors locally full-time, and my primary focus is on the survivor aftercare, as well as human trafficking, especially child abuse material in the digital space on our social media platforms. In April 2020, I decided to become a public survivor leader as a result of the first rounds of lockdowns. I do interviews, speeches, and tweet relentlessly, like someone's life depends on it, because it does. All of my public survivor advocacy I do for free in my free time.
I thought it was
I'd
her
like to thank you
full-time
so much
job.
for the
Wait,
Christmas
pause it
gift.
for a second.
It means a lot to be recognized.
Something
Okay.
super important. When the pandemic started, that's when she decided to come out as a survivor. Why? Because people weren't allowed to work and do music videos in Hollywood anymore.
Oh my God. All of that shut down.
Thank you.
And she said in April of 2020, I decided to become a public survivor leader.
And that March is when the lockdowns happened. March
I
2020.
don't make much money, but
Hold on. Humanity House was March 30th, 2020. That was right when the
The lockdown
when the pandemic started.
mid-March. Because I remember
Right.
the Ides of March. It was around there.
Right.
March
So
15th.
desert.
TV.
Yes, remember, she did need a vacation come June.
Well, I mean, duh. She was
having
a grift 12 hours a day.
Working
Writing
3
emails
months
like
from
this. It probably was, though. I mean, writing emails like this.
Fuck, I can't.
Callers from India. Times.
Oh my
And
God,
you like
Frank.
go and you like go with it, because I love it's like one of my favorite pastimes.
Oh my
And
God,
you like
Frank
go
loves
with
doing
it.
that too.
And she was one of the winner. And
Leader now. In April here. She's like, I'm a public survivor leader now.
but some things are worth more than money. My advocates saved my life for no pay, and I'm trying to pay it forward. Every survivor that I meet is full of potential. They just need the opportunity for freedom. My advocates gave me an opportunity for freedom, and I'm trying to make the best of it because I value it so much.
You know what else was popping up
not-
at that time too? That is when all of the child sex trafficking stuff coming
Yes.
out too.
That's when so many people were talking about, there's
the timeline's
tunnels.
all starting
There's
to make sense. And too, that is when QAnon, like not that it started then, but that's when you started seeing all of the child sex trafficking stuff coming
Yes.
out too.
That's when so many people were talking about, there's
the timeline's
tunnels.
all starting to make
There's
sense.
pizza, I mean, Pizzagate was years ago,
Oh, yeah, I
but
remember
there
a
were
friend
a
of
lot of
mine-
people talking about like child sex trafficking at that time.
Yeah, because I remember a friend of mine was like, "You don't understand. There's tunnels under the White House, and they're bringing out 4,000
tunnels.
kids." And I was
Yeah.
like, "I'm looking at the White House right now." Like,
Became very trendy during the there's tunnels everywhere, and it became very trendy during the pandemic to talk about this stuff.
so it's all starting to make sense.
Let me just find the other half.
I don't necessarily agree with that at all. I mean, I've been digging and researching, diving into the global slave index to get a really good grasp on just how bad just human trafficking is in itself. Most people don't realize I think there's like 190. Is it 194 countries and 196? I'm getting tired, but I know that like it's 164 countries that still have open like slave trade, like human trafficking. Like you can buy a Filipino woman. I think the last time I checked was for roughly about $500 and send her to a country in the Middle East and to work for a family. Again, $500. So most people are completely unaware how bad slavery still is. They cry and whine about what their great grandparents went through, while they're paying zero attention to what current people are going through. So again, I'll leave that there. But I can promise you that it's been an issue with people that actually have had those head in those circles. But I understand that if you didn't, it might look as if much of attention was laid that way because a handful of people started paying attention to it. But again, that's just my opinion.
There's not a lot of freeness going on in this free time that I've noticed. It seems like a lot of people. She needs a lot of people. No, I guess not.
Please think about joining in the fight and getting involved with serving at a local organization. Please educate yourself about the crime and then your children and grandchildren, because strong families and healthy communities stop trafficking before it starts. Thank you again. My grandfather was a Freemason, and he was an amazing man. Happy holidays and Merry Christmas. Best.
This is where she says her grandfather was a Freemason. Thank you. My grandfather was Freemason. He was an amazing man.
I doubt that last line. I doubt that last line.
What about Merry Christmas?
No, well that and and that her grandfather's a Freemason. That's like one of the things that people do. You know,
you can
like,
just say, "Oh, my dad is whatever the thing that you're doing." Yeah.
My dad's the head of the Illuminati too. Like, love you guys, love your work. Mm-hmm.
That's the letter she sent to her lodge.
Oh, my grandfather hated sleeves too.
Yeah, exactly.
Raised $900 for her. If you notice the date on it, it was December 21st.
December 21st, 2021.
2021. Okay. Here's the receipt that I sent her.
Oh wow!
Everything was going.
Oh, and that's no tax,
fine.
right? No tax.
Literally,
no tax on it too.
PayPal. You sent $900 to. She went by Eliza Knows at this time. This was before Eliza Bleu. She was still Eliza Knows, December 21st, 2021.
Now, in her defense for that, my PayPal,
update her PayPal.
I can't change my last name, so my last name is on my up as
alias. If you guys don't remember that song,
I should
think back.
Cheap guy.
Elon Musk
get back to what he says, because
literally just fine. Then Elon Musk bought Twitter. Elon Musk bought Twitter, and Eliza kept peppering him with messages to make human trafficking the number one issue on the platform, to take down information, because she would advocate for people whose information was on the webs. It was on Twitter. Lots of child porn on Twitter, believe it or not. For people who aren't on Twitter, this might be a shock to the services in the law.
To this, and this is where he was at. All this stuff was coming out, so he messages that Amanda Jean says she didn't. Brittany is still on Twitter. Whatever they're talking about, that Brittany being banned off Twitter. And said whatever Twitter does is based on what Twitter TOS and the law. And he said, this man right here said it was a public video screenshot. How does that violate TOS? Please help me understand this. You can call NCOSE law to get a legal explanation, or you can read the laws yourself. I'm not Twitter. Eliza's not Twitter. They're abusive, hateful, nasty, and irrelevant people. Irrelevant. I honestly hope they get all that karma can bring. Like, that's just nasty. And then she says she has addressed it many times. She even did a joins long spaces with the safe house and advocates she was helped by. It did not go away. There's nothing to explain. She never did hid her past. She never lied about it. Well, I can tell you right now with 100% certainty, there are several parts of her story that changed depending on what interview you listen to. And I will say that with certainty. I've listened to it. I've listened to it go from a photographer to a musician. I've listened to it go from she went to a concert where she met the photographer, and then in some stories it was shortly after that she went to California, like you heard with her mother, and the other story is she went home and then for 2 years was remotely groomed by with phone calls and mail. So again, now not this one, not after the hours and hours I spent listening to all this shit. No. So anyway, so that kind of goes on where he was like trying to say that it didn't make any damn sense. But you can go listen to this on Chrissy's channel. She did a really good job and kind of again covering a lot of this stuff. She did a really good job. She got this man that she knew, the lodge is talking now. She got the ex that called into her show. Um, it was great. Oh, this is for another story. Yeah, that's the Rick and Morty thing. I think that might be it. Oh, that's that Twitter thing. That's the article with the dad in it. Now, if you're looking for this is the Dispatch, the Rock On Argus, where they talk about like kind of like them. So I just brought that up so people wouldn't think I was making that crap up. Oh, yeah, that's another story. I think that's it. Oh, all right. Well, I think that is all. I'm exhausted. I really do appreciate if whoever listens to this. I know it's been a hot daggum minute, but I felt like it was important and necessary that I fling out all. Oh, let me get that off the screen. That I fling out all of the information that I had found. Please, you can go read the rest of this at the Daily Beast, with it talks about the Epstein's survivors and um, kind of her stuff it was weird. She was trying to insert herself into those circles. That kind of reminds me of somebody else that, other people that kind of will shit all over people if they feel like they've, used them up and stuff. It just happens when you're in this internet spaces. It just is. There's nothing wrong with trying to go on other channels and stuff. That's how you grow your channel. That's smart, to kind of brand yourself and market yourself. Just make sure you appreciate those people and you're kind to them, and don't take a big dump on their chest, after you feel like you've used them up. That's all I would suggest. Or you're kind of no different than the people you're complaining about. But like, they did it's a pretty daggum good article. I've heard this guy brought up because of the stuff that he's done in the past that's not really that fair. So hopefully after this, if there's one good thing that come out of her, that people stop making stuff so partisan and so political and be like, well, the right wing, just call people out if they're bad people. Be journalists, because we should be calling people out no matter what letter is at the end of the name, whether it's a D or an R, an I, whatever. But all right. So if you're curious about any of the information that I found, you saw me close a shit ton of my tabs, but I tried to show you where they were. Just leave me a comment below. I have some other stuff up here pulled, but with that, I am tired, y'all. So I'm gonna shut this down and appreciate you for hanging out with me. And I will catch you on the next one. I promise I'll try and do these more often. I say that a lot, but once you do all this research, it's almost like it's weird because it's almost like you're like, ugh. It's almost like that by the time you get done, dude, feel like you do a thorough job. It's left the news cycle. All right. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Catch you in the next one, and I'll be paying attention to this. If anything else, I'll be curious to see what happens whenever this Tim Pool guy that writes up what they've wrote up. I'll be curious to see what she says. And with that, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for joining me. And I'll see you in the next video.